I'd like to call to order the study session of the Newport Beach City Council. Roll call, please.
The record will reflect that Councilmember Piotr is currently absent.
Our first item of current business, a clarification of items on the consent calendar. Any comments? No? Seeing none. Item number 2, presentation regarding the Heroes Hall Veterans Museum of the Orange County Fair and Events Center. Heroes Hall Veterans Foundation. Do we have a speaker, please?
Yes, I'm Nick Berardino, the president of the Heroes Hall Foundation, and with me is the vice president of operations for the Orange County Fair and Events Center, Michelle Richards, and Michelle will do a little explanation, and then I will conclude. So.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members and staff, for allowing us just a few minutes to tell you about a very important project underway at the OC Fair and Events Center. It's a project that has captured both the attention and the hearts of elected officials throughout the state, the Orange County Department of Education, the veterans community, and the public. The project I'm talking about is Heroes Hall, a new veterans museum dedicated to those who serve. It is a place that will celebrate the individual stories of Orange County veterans, and a place that will help educate high school students and the public on the sacrifices our military men and women make for our freedom. Heroes Hall is not a military or war museum, but a museum dedicated to veterans seen through their eyes and told through their voices, the first of its kind in Orange County. The story of Heroes Hall really begins about 75 years ago when the U.S. government first established the Santa Ana Army Air Base. From 1941 until 1946, the base provided basic pre-flight training to nearly 150,000 cadets preparing to fight in World War II. At one time, the base stretched north just to below the current 405 freeway, south to Wilson Avenue, east to John Wayne Airport, and west to Harbor Boulevard. It spanned 409 acres, included 177 separate buildings, and was a driving force in the economic development of Orange County. Some famous cadets trained at Santa Ana Army Air Base 2, including Gene Autry, Joe DiMaggio, and even Don the Beachcomber. Next slide, please. When the Army deactivated the base in 1946, the land was turned over to the War Assets Administration. Then eventually a portion was sold to the state of California. In the early years of the OC Fair and Events Center in Costa Mesa, many original base buildings were used over the years as exhibit halls, offices, and meeting rooms. One such building that you see here was called Memorial Gardens and was used by the fair to hold board of directors meetings and house special exhibits during the fair. When the new Pacific Amphitheater renovation project was approved by the board, the building had to be removed. Gratefully, it was saved by the board in a unanimous vote to be renovated and opened as a veterans museum. The building was moved from its original site and stored in the northeast corner of the property, awaiting renovation and funding. Earlier this year, the OC Fair and Events Center Board of Directors voted to provide funding to renovate the building and provide the infrastructure for Heroes Hall. On March 16th, the groundbreaking ceremony, held with many county and city elected officials and members of the veterans community and the public in attendance. The groundbreakers themselves represented each war since World War II. In fact, in the photo here on the far left is Claudia Acosta, a recent Iraq-Afghanistan veteran. To her left is Bob Dugan, a former Marine and Purple Heart recipient from the Korean War. In the middle is Doug Woolley, who served during the Gulf War. Next to him, Frank Orzio, a two-time Purple Heart recipient from the Vietnam War. And the gentleman on the right is Bob Friend, one of the original Tuskegee Airmen from World War II. That brings us to yesterday. At 7:30 a.m., the former Santa Ana Army Air Base Barracks building made her way from the corner of the parking lot to her new home between the Pacific Amphitheater and Centennial Farm. Draped with the American flag, she stopped just short of her new home while Senator Janet Wynn addressed the crowd. The building was placed on her new foundation a short time later, where she will be restored, renovated, and reborn into Heroes Hall. The OC Fair and Event Center has been working in conjunction with the OC Department of Education to create exhibitions and programming for Heroes Hall that will complement state teaching standards for 11th grade history students who are required to study the experiences of the American soldier. Thousands of students from all over Orange, LA, and San Diego counties are expected to visit Heroes Hall when it officially opens to the public later this year. In addition, Heroes Hall will be open to the public throughout the year and to the more than 1.3 million guests who visit the annual OC Fair. Heroes Hall will feature exhibits that allow visitors to experience what veterans experience, not only through multimedia interactive exhibits, but through the voices of actual veterans who will serve as docents at Heroes Hall. The Medal of Honor courtyard that you see here will be used for related performances, receptions, speeches, and other programming that will help bring the veteran stories to the public. To help support the ongoing efforts of Heroes Hall, the Heroes Hall Veterans Foundation, a registered 501c3 nonprofit, was formed last year. And I'd like to once again introduce the president of that foundation, Nick Berardino.
Thank you, Michelle. Mayor, Your Honor, and honorable members of the City Council, it's a great privilege and an honor to appear before you today with our project, Heroes Hall. As you know, we veterans in Orange County, and those of you, I've, of course, had the privilege of representing tens of thousands of employees in Orange County since 1973, and I've been an integral part of the growth and development of the county. And, you know, as the county has grown, one of the things we veterans have always tried to do is have a veterans museum. And we've gotten close several times, but we've never been able to wrestle away the land to do it. I mean, we were repeatedly told, of course, throughout the years, look, you know, the value of land here is so great, it just doesn't pencil out. You know, we got very close at the Tustin Air Base, but again, we lost out. And, you know, I kind of then committed that at some point, you know, we're going to find a way to honor veterans here in this county. And so the opportunity came about. I was fortunate, Governor Brown, when he appointed me to the Fair Board, actually, that wasn't the appointment I wanted. Surprise, surprise. But he said, look, there were things going on at that time, Nick, that's where you're going to go. And so we sat down. I said, one of the things I want to do, though, is we need to honor our veterans here in the county. This is a very, very wealthy county, but a county that's closed us out in terms of, you know, having the opportunity to have a veterans museum. And so when the fair, we got onto the fair board and we had this opportunity. This was the great opportunity for all of us in the county to honor veterans and tell the story about the fact that in this wonderful, wonderful country, in this great democracy in which we live, freedom is not free. It's not free. And the price that people pay is everything, everything. And we seem to forget that. We seem to forget that in a way that has been heartbreaking to veterans in Orange County, because we want to tell that story. We want to tell that story. We want to tell it through the hearts and the minds and the souls of veterans. For those of us that served, for those of us that fought, it echoes in our heads every single day. And those of you that are veterans here and have served in wars and served in combat, those of you on the council who are veterans who've served in war and served in combat, know every single day it echoes. It never leaves you. It never leaves you. And how do we tell that story? How do we tell that story in a way to ensure our freedom? And we live in a very complicated world. And we live in a world in a county where there is this mosaic, this beautiful mosaic of all ethnicities and cultures. But because of that, it becomes more difficult, because many of the young people who come into our county from different cultures really don't understand our democratic principles in terms of what we have to do to protect them, what we've had to sacrifice to protect them, what our friends have had to do to sacrifice and protect them. And so we need to teach them. And this will be, and that's why we are working with the Board of Education, because it'll be something where all 11th grade students will come and they'll learn that lesson. And with that lesson, we ensure our democracy, we ensure our freedom, and we respect those that gave so much. We respect them. And so what we are asking is, we asked the city of Costa Mesa, and I have a history with the city of Costa Mesa, and some of you may or may not know it, but I was in conflict with them for a number of years. But my friends there, who, we argued with over the years, stepped up and gave us $25,000 to add to the foundation, because the foundation is going to be providing bus scholarships so that the schools can bring the 11th grade students here. We have to help pay for the exhibits. We have to help pay for the training materials for the students, the 11th grade students. And so they contributed $25,000. And then the county stepped up and gave us $25,000, because this is a community project. We all enjoy the freedom. We all enjoy our democracy. We all enjoy the free enterprise that's given us the opportunity to have a beautiful, wealthy county that is second to none. So we must all enjoy the responsibility that we have to ensure that this country remains free and that our young people are educated about that. So with that, I am respectfully requesting that the Newport Beach City Council also provide us a grant and a contribution to the Heroes Hall Foundation of $25,000. I've sent the paperwork, we have the determination, and in addition to that, we follow the Bagley-Keene Act, which is the Brown Act for state groups. So everything is, we have to notice all the letters and go through all the stuff that's very painful, as you all know, to do. And so we respectfully request that. And thank you very, very much for your time and the opportunity to speak on behalf of our veterans.
Thank you both very much. Appreciate that. Our next item, California business officials presentation. Oh, excuse me. I didn't know there was I'm sorry. Could you just forgive me one moment? I didn't. Mayor Pro Tem Muldoon, please speak. Thank you.
Thanks. Just want to quickly say, Mr. Bernardino, Mrs. Richards, thanks for coming down. Appreciate you accepting our invitation. When I heard about this, I realized it's unorthodox for Newport Beach to participate in a memorial that's not within our city limits, but I believe it's a worthy cause that I know will educate Newport Beach children and also adults who visit this place just down the street from us. So I'm going to request that the council consider with City Manager Dave Kiff agendizing it, a donation of $25,000 from the city to the 501c3 to help move the project along. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, my apologies. All right.
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Curry.
Well, first of all, I want to thank and congratulate my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Muldoon, for bringing this to the council's attention. I think it's an outstanding project. Nick has worked very hard on it with a lot of people in the community. I am in full support of Mr. Muldoon's recommendation. Dave, work with the people at the foundation. We have a process for community grants. This is a one-time thing, but let's make sure we may have the process followed as we get into this next budget so we can make this appropriation and support this worthy project.
Any other comments from the council? All right. Did I see that you wanted to make another comment? No? Okay. All right, moving on to item number 3, California Business Officials Presentation. Mr. Takaguchi, President of the California Building Officials.
Yes, thank you. Honorable Mayor Dixon, honorable council members, good afternoon. My name is Ron Takaguchi. I'm the building official for the City of Santa Monica and also the president of the California Building Officials, or CALBO for short. I'm here today on behalf of CALBO to honor the City of Newport Beach with one of the highest recognitions that California Building Official awards. First, a bit about California Building Officials. We are a nonprofit organization of municipal and county building officials and building department staff. And consistent with the message of building officials, we are advocates for life safety, accessibility, energy and environmental efficiency, and emerging technologies. Primarily, CALBO is the legislative and political branch of building officials, where we monitor and lobby for legislative bills that are significant to life safety protection and building department operations. We also recognize the good work of building departments in California, a prestigious award in which CALBO recognizes an outstanding jurisdiction for demonstrated leadership in building department administration and operations is our Building Department of the Year Award. This honor is bestowed upon the jurisdiction and the entire building department staff who work hard for its community. The criteria in the selection include code development and government affairs, education achievement in building and code technology, community affairs and service, philanthropy, and innovation and technology. For the commendable work that your city building official, Simone Georges, and his staff have demonstrated, the City of Newport Beach was a clear selection to receive this award. If I may call up your building official, Mr. Simone Georges.
Thank you, Ron, for coming down and doing this. Simone Georges, I'm the building official for the City of Newport Beach. I want to first thank the City Council for your support and setting the bar higher for staff to achieve. We worked very hard. You've set those high standards for us, and I think we've accomplished a lot. I think also want to recognize our city manager, Dave Kiff, and our community development director, Kim Brandt, for their support of staff, but also for trusting staff to do what's right for the community, because we're here to serve the residents and the businesses of the City of Newport Beach, and we're proud to serve our community. And most importantly, I want to thank our building division staff, and actually we have a number of them here. If I could ask all the building division staff to just stand up so we can recognize all of you. It's their hard work and their commitment to this community. They're here every day serving our residents, serving our community. We love what we do, and we're so honored and blessed to be here. So thank you to all the staff for their immense hard work in this community. Thank you again to all of you.
Mr. Piotr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Simone, congratulations. The great department, the great work. I'm hard on you guys, I know it, but I do want to let you know that I think this is a really good honor, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Any other comments from the council? I do want to thank you and congratulations, and this is important recognition to our city and to our building division and to the entire department. Thank you for a job well done continuously. So thank you for coming this afternoon.
Thank you. Can we have you come down? We'll take a quick photo.
Sure.
Thank you. We'll have Kim Brandt join us.
All right, so along the same lines, the next item on the agenda is to have a proclamation for Building Safety Month. So Simone, we're happy to have you here while I read this proclamation. Whereas our City of Newport Beach is continuing efforts to address the critical issues of safety, energy efficiency, water conservation, and resilience in the built environment that affects our citizens, both in everyday life and in times of natural disaster, give us confidence that our structures are safe and sound. And whereas our confidence is achieved through the devotion of vigilant guardians, building safety and fire prevention officials, architects, engineers, builders, tradespeople, laborers, and others in the construction industry who work year-round to ensure the safe construction of buildings. And whereas the Building Safety Month is to remind the public about the critical role our community's largely unknown guardians of public safety and our local code officials who assure us safe, efficient, and livable structures. Building codes driving growth through innovation, resilience, and safety is the theme for Building Safety Month 2016, which encourages all Americans to raise awareness of the importance of building safe and resilient construction, fire prevention, disaster mitigation, water safety and conservation, energy efficiency, and new technologies in the construction industry. Building Safety Month 2016 encourages appropriate steps everyone can take to ensure that the places where we live, learn, work, worship, and play are safe and sustainable, and recognizes that countless lives have been saved due to the implementation of safety codes by local and state agencies. Now, therefore, I, Diane Brooks Dixon, Mayor of the City of Newport Beach, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2016 as Building Safety Month.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. To recap what you've just stated, it's important to recognize the month of May for Building Safety Month. It's not only that we enforce our building codes to protect people's lives, but one thing we always have to remember too is that we want a community that's economically sustainable. You know, we want to be sure that anything that Mother Nature throws at us, that we're able to recover very quickly, that we could get our residents back in their homes, our children's back in their beds, and our businesses open and operating, for people to go back to work, and so that we can continue with commerce. So it is important to recognize building safety not because of the protecting of lives, but also of our economic sustainability and of our energy conservation. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you for allowing us to recognize Building Safety Month. All right, study session item number 5, encroachments onto the oceanfront at Balboa Peninsula Point. And do we have a staff report, please?
We do. My name is Brenda Wisniewski. Good afternoon. I'm the Deputy Community Development Director for the city. I want to update you on an issue that city staff has been working on for quite some time with the hopes of getting some direction from the council on how to potentially resolve this issue and some next steps. The issue relies on the area of Peninsula Point. Back in 2012, the Coastal Commission issued 15 property owners notice of violations for what they consider to be unpermitted development beyond their property onto the Sandy area for areas along the between G Street and Channel Road. The Coastal Commission indicated at that time they had other properties that they indicated also being in violation, but they held off from doing that with the idea that we would come up with a solution together. So since that time, City has been working with residents as well as the Coastal Commission to try to come up with a solution to the areas that they consider to be unpermitted development. Here's some ideas of what the unpermitted development includes. It varies from anything from turf to some hardscape, anywhere between a few feet beyond the property line to 65 feet and more. Some of the areas include irrigation and electrical areas. And so these examples show the hedge in the back. That's basically where the property line is. So the area is oceanward is the area that is considered to be unpermitted development and actually on public property. So here's a little bit of background. So as I mentioned, the NOVs were issued in 2012 to the property owners. The city is not a party to those notice of violations, but at that time, the city did indicate for us as staff to look at a potential solution to help the residents and help and work with the Coastal Commission. So at that time, the City Council did initiate an amendment to the local coastal land use program for us to look at revising our policies. So since that time, we have been working, believe it or not, ever since 2013 and trying to come up with a solution. And what we also did was we hired a biologist to look at what it would take to actually remove the unpermitted development, the area beyond the 15-foot area. So that biologist looked at a parcel-by-parcel basis, what existed, what was considered to be basically development in the eyes of the Coastal Commission, and came up with a plan of what it would be to remove those unpermitted areas and the cost of doing so. So the potential solution that we have continued to circle around to includes the city, again, taking a lead role. And the purpose of that is to provide a comprehensive solution. There are about 66 properties along this area. 58, the Coastal Commission indicate, are potentially in violation. So to come up with a comprehensive way of removing the unpermitted development beyond the 15-foot area, establishing an encroachment program similar to what we have in West Newport. West Newport, we've had in quite some time, within the 15-foot right-of-way, an encroachment program which is renewed annually for property owners who choose to participate in the program to have minimal improvements, hardscape, anything that doesn't require a building permit, basically. They cannot have irrigation or plumbing. They can have garden walls, a way to have some type of private improvements in the 15-foot area. And part two of the solution would be to come in and the city to actually remove the unpermitted development beyond the 15-foot area. So I want to talk to you a little bit more about those two pieces. First of all, here's the ownership of the area. And it does show that within the 15-foot area, as shown here in the variety of colors, we do have the ability to create an encroachment program there. However, beyond the 15-foot area is state highlands. And as you may know, that has a limited ability for anything to happen beyond that area. So the ability for encroachment program extends from the pink little piece right there to the left all the way to Channel Road. There are about 9 parcels, it's very unique to this whole area, don't have an encroachment area or a right-of-way next to it. So unfortunately, those properties have tidelands that abut them. They would not be able to have or participate in an encroachment program. So breaking this down, first is the area beyond the 15-foot area. That's where we would potentially implement the removal plan. And the diagram you see here on the screen here shows the results of that removal plan of where the biologist actually went in, identified what's ornamental, what's turf, what's ice plant, what's potentially just native, and how would we go about actually removing it, and also a 3-year plan to ensure that what is removed somehow of ensuring that we don't have any burdens to the property owners of sand movement. So perhaps putting down some kind of seeding so that we can have some type of maintenance of the sand in the area, because we have heard from property owners is that the benefits of having some type of landscaping out there is they don't have sand transferred onto their properties. So again, we would do this on a parcel level. The city could implement it at the cost of the property owners. Again, we have the cost broken down by parcel so that we could turn the cost over to the property owners themselves. So our recommendation would be to do that. The cost, based upon the estimates that were done by the biologist in the year 2014, I believe it was $210,000. So if we were to move forward, we would want to update the analysis to ensure that those costs are today's dollars, and it would require a permit from the Coastal Commission to do so.
Excuse me, Brent, just to clarify, this is for the beyond the 15
That's correct.
foot.
This is the removal plan, we call it. And again, the staff's recommendation is that the residents would reimburse the city for the cost of doing that. That's the area, the removal plan beyond 15. Within the 15 area, would be establishing a encroachment program similar to West Newport. And to do so would be to establish a policy that would require an amendment to our coastal land use plan and amendment to the council policy L12. And here's listing what that policy would include, exactly mimicking what West Newport Coast has, which is no irrigation, heights of 36 inches of walls, and the idea is that by doing so, you would be minimizing the impact of public access. Now, I mentioned that we kind of reviewed different options for coming up with a solution, and we came back to this option several times. I think because it does reflect an acceptance of what the residents would like, at least on a conceptual level, as well as what we think the Coastal Commission would be accepting of as well. So here again is what West Newport looks like today, where the encroachment program is currently in place. You can see a variety of improvements beyond the property lines. And this is the East Oceanfront area, which we're discussing today. Again, the 15-foot right-of-way and the tidelands beyond. So discussion points related to the 15-foot area and issues we might want to discuss is, what should the cost of the encroachments be? The encroachment permit, which is renewed annually. In West Newport, the current fees range up to $1,000, a little over $1,000, based upon the amount of the encroachment. We did do a market analysis for the subject area, Peninsula Point, and based on fair market rates for Peninsula Point, the rates would be up to about $3,600 per year. So to put that in perspective, what type of revenue that could create is if all 58 properties were to participate in the encroachment program, an annual revenue of about $200,000 could be generated.
Oh, Brenda, can I just ask a quick question for clarification? You say that the West Newport plan was done in the 90s, I believe?
The fee for the West Newport was established in 1991, actually.
And that was based on a fair market rate at the time?
It is not clear from the rate that was established that it was based on market rates at that time. It has been increased over time based on CPI, but it does not appear that it was market rate at the time.
Okay, thank you.
So that just provides you two ranges to look at, what West Newport has and what our market rates provide. And the idea behind the encroachment fees, what the Coastal Commission will be looking for, is that we utilize those encroachment fees for the purposes of what they call the loss of public access. The fact we're using that 15-foot public area for private purposes, those encroachment fees should be used for improving public access in some way. So the question is, what improvements should we do? The Coastal Commission would certainly be seeking improvements in this area. There have been several ideas thrown out, some ones that people think are favorable, some do not, but it's certainly a discussion point for we look forward to from the council to have. So if the council seeks to go forward with our recommendation of the two pieces, one is to amend the coastal land use plan and the policy L12, and part two is to obtain a coastal development permit for implementing the removal plan, we would come back to the city council before a public hearing to actually amend that those documents and then submit those to the Coastal Commission. So with that, I am open for questions. I do know that a representative of the residents is here this evening.
Mr. Petros. Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Brenda, the Coastal Commission was the agency that initiated these NOVs. You say there's 15 with the potential of as many as 58.
Correct.
And the Coastal Commission is the one that accepted in concept this notion of the removal and then the collection of some fee for the use of the 15 feet.
We are shared within this concept, yes.
Right, right. But the city of Newport Beach doesn't have any municipal definition of what access provisions are, right? That's a Coastal Commission term.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other council questions? Oh. No? All right, let's open it up to the public. Does the attorney want to speak first? Mr. McGee? Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council and city staff, Thank you for the opportunity to present at this study session. My name is Jim McGee, and I have represented for the past 10 years, since about 2006, a resident group of homeowners with houses on the oceanfront at Peninsula Point. The resident group goes by the name Peninsula Point Oceanfront Encroachment Committee. And I had submitted to Brenda earlier a copy of a letter that I had authored back in 2012, and that sets forth a lot of the history of this matter dating back to the early period of 1911, actually. Brenda, have we been able to give that to the council? Thank you. So it's been a long history here. A lot of the beachfront encroachments that we're talking about at Peninsula Point date back, according to city records, to 1911. Between 1911 and the 1980s, there was not much activity, if any, relating to this area. But in 1985 and again in 1989, the city went about documenting the encroachments, which in the main remain virtually unchanged from what they are today. The encroachments are principally comprised, as Brenda indicated, of landscape, such as turf grass, ice plant, trees, and things of that nature. There are some stepping stones. There is some irrigation and some lighting. But following the surveys in the 80s, the city decided that it would address the beachfront encroachments by means of a council policy, which at the time was numbered Council Policy L14. It's since been renumbered to L12. And that policy allowed for the encroachment subject to an annual encroachment permit and the payment of fees. The policy was actually adopted by the City Council in 1991, and at the same time the city filed an amendment to its coastal land use plan, which the Coastal Commission ultimately approved, both the amendment and the incorporation in that amendment of the council policy. For reasons that no one has been able to quite explain, the encroachment policy applied to the entire ocean front in Newport Beach, with the sole exception of 81 properties at Peninsula Point. They were excluded from the application and permitting process. However, in the language that was adopted both by the council, by the Coastal Commission and by the city in its L14 policy, it stated that any trees and ground covers such as ice plant and natural and indigenous plants will be permitted and are not considered to be an encroachment and will not require a permit. And with that language, nothing happened for the next 15 years. All of the encroachments, such as they were at the time, stood unchallenged and without any form of controversy. In 2006, some may remember that residents in West Newport took it upon themselves to bulldoze down some dune habitats, and that set off a bit of a firestorm. The Coastal Commission got involved, and as a result, some of the properties at Peninsula Point, having nothing to do with what happened at West Newport, were drawn into it, and ultimately the city issued a number of violation letters, I think 60 in all, to the residents at Peninsula Point. I got involved at that time, and we sat down and tried to work through the matter and came up with a resolution that was memorialized in a letter that came from Dave Kiff, then the assistant city manager. And the sum and substance of that letter was essentially that the city recognized that the encroachments, for the most part, satisfied city policy, didn't violate any provisions, including the provisions of the local coastal land use plan. And it was agreed that signs were going to be put up that made it clear that public access to that area where this landscaping was not exclusively owned by homeowners, was open to the public, and so forth. And those signs were put up and maintained for a number of years. And once again, things settled down and nothing happened until 2012. The Coastal Commission sent out the 15 violation notices that we've heard about, with the threat to send out a lot more. We met with the Coastal Commission enforcement staff at the time, and it was interesting because the Coastal Commission sent those NOVs to the homeowners, believing that the homeowners, similar to West Newport, owned the land subject to a right-of-way on which the landscaping was located. They were unaware, but we made them aware that actually the 15-foot area that we're talking about was owned by the city and subject to a right-of-way. And the only reason I point that out is that the Coastal Commission, if it decided to continue to pursue this, would ultimately have to issue NOVs to the city itself as the landowner. We've been very successful working with the city and convincing them that it makes great sense for the residents and the city to be united on an approach to the Coastal Commission to try to get this resolved in a manner that's consistent with good government policy.
How much more time do you need?
2 more minutes, and I'm speaking for a lot of residents, so if I could have just a little bit more time, I'd appreciate it.
2 minutes.
We think that if there's a united front, there's the great chance that the Coastal Commission is going to be a lot easier to deal with than if everybody takes a different approach in a different position. So what we're seeking really is nothing more than the same rights that are given to the residents of West Newport. And it's for the primary protection of blow sand getting into the residents' properties, which would happen without the landscaping that's there. One other thing is that this is the 3rd council study session. There has been one previous resolution passed by the council in which it directed staff to go forward, prepare the application for the amendment to the CLUP and to amend the coastal and to amend L12. We also recently went to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission approved unanimously a recommendation to the City Council to approve an amendment that would replicate the rights of West Newport, and also that the fees or the cost to remove anything beyond the 15 feet be paid for with the permit fees that were collected by the residents. And we think that makes great sense because here's the problem. Many of those homeowners that have encroachments beyond their property lines are not the owners that installed them. These are people that have properties turned over 2 and 3 times in some instances.
Okay, could you please?
Yeah, and so it would be just very difficult, I think, to try to assess each homeowner for the removal of encroachments that weren't installed by them. Thank you very much, and I will answer any questions if there are any.
Are there any questions of Mr. Begay? I see none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Hello, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Matt Holder. I'm a resident on the Peninsula Point, and I'm speaking today as a private citizen, not on behalf of any association or any other individual. As some of you know, I'm a very strong advocate of property rights, both private property rights and public property rights. I'd like to encourage the council and the Coastal Commission to open all parts of Newport Beach beaches to the public. Beaches that belong to all of us, not just those with oceanfront homes. Currently, most of the homes between East Street and the Wedge have permanent structures and improvements on our beaches, including permanent underground irrigation systems, underground electrical systems, lighting. Others have huge trampolines and large playground equipment. Many of these have the purposeful impression that these areas are private property, and at least one has a sign that says no trespassing. Some of the encroachments stretch out at least 70 feet out onto our public beach, and I would say that almost all of the improvements go well beyond the 15 feet that is set aside from their property lines. And each of those owners know what their property line is, because each one of them has a wall that denotes that. I want to tell you a short story about why this is important. As I was walking with my son on the beach late last summer, and I was aware of this issue, we were walking up from the Wedge along the jetty, and I saw one of the houses that I'm going to guess at least went 40 feet encroachment out onto the public beach, and there was pavers. So I started walking on the pavers, and my son said to me, he said, "Dad, where are you going?" And I turned around and I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "You're in somebody's backyard." I said, "No, I'm not in anybody's backyard. I'm on the public beach." And that's the problem. belongs to all of us. So I think an 11-year-old can figure out what the problem is here. I think the council can too. Our beaches belong to all of us, and no one should ever feel like they are in somebody else's backyard, or even worse, that they're trespassing when enjoying our beautiful beaches. And I'd like to take a second just to comment on the previous gentleman's comments about beach blow, sand blow. You bought a house on the beach. You expect to live there for your whole life and never have a whisper of wind come up? I live near the beach. I get sand on my car and I'm 2 blocks from the ocean. It happens. It's not a detriment, it's a blessing. You know? So I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor Dixon and council members. My name is George Schroeder, and I just would like to say that in 1990 and 1991, I was at the old city council chambers for the whole duration, and that lasted probably about a year. And it was wall-to-wall people, hysterical, emotional people saying, if you take away my 25-foot patio, my dog is going to have a heart attack and die because he won't have any place to go. And I sounded a lot like that last man. I have my 25-foot by 95-foot lot, and I said, why should I'd like to get 10 more feet or 15 more feet for $300 a year. I'd love to double the size of my patio, but it's not right. It's a funny thing. 25 years, a lot can happen. Okay, now I'm of the opinion that these folks should have the same encroachments that people have in West Newport Beach. And it should be at the same fees, because I live down there, 8 houses from the beach. It's a wide, sandy beach. That man who was walking with his son by the beach, okay? The beach is wide and sandy. People don't come to the beach to lay their towel down right up against somebody's house. It's a wide, sandy beach. They come to lie closer to the waves in the ocean, okay? And that portion of sand in front of the people's homes doesn't really get used, okay? So my attitude, it's kind of like somebody who has a home on the edge of a bluff and they have a nice view. That airspace doesn't belong to them. Somebody down below could, I suppose, put a balloon on a 100-foot rope and let it hang there and block their view and say that airspace belongs to everybody. Okay, but so my opinion is that these residents have been using this land not appropriately. Bottom line is, yes, they should know where the lot line ends, but there's no harm in allowing the 5-foot, 10-foot, or 15-foot encroachment, collecting the fees, and getting the benefit of that. So I would support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Tom Ahern. I live at 1310 East Balboa Boulevard. I encourage the council to not just look at the issue solely of encroachment, but of the whole beach use from Balboa Pier to the Wedge. The city has allowed 15 rental companies renting beach cruisers to tourists, and they all want to go to the Wedge. They get on the boardwalk, and at E Street they're forced off onto Balboa Boulevard sidewalks and streets. It's dangerous for the people on the sidewalks. It's dangerous for the bicyclists. I think that we need to extend the boardwalk all the way to the Wedge, and if worst comes to worst, just to extend it to G Street, where there are several routes to the Wedge. But there is only one route where you could, other than the sand, from E Street to the Wedge, and that's along Balboa Boulevard between E and G Streets. And we, Dave McGill, the Deputy Chief of Police, and I sat and watched as hundreds of people an hour were illegally riding on the sidewalks, which is against the city code, and the police department will not enforce their own law. So I encourage the city council to let people go to the Wedge, but just don't put them into the dangerous place on Balboa Boulevard, sidewalks and streets. And by the way, the only people that do it, that are on the sidewalks, are the people in their beach cruiser rentals. The people with the skinny tires, they never go on. They know how to use their bikes. But these people wobble all over, and they hit kids, they hit strollers, they hit skateboarders. Bicycles go both ways in the sidewalk. You can imagine what a zoo that is. So please, don't just look at this issue of encroachment. Look at the whole use of the beach, and please give us relief from this onslaught of literally well over 1,000 people on a sunny weekend day. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Please come forward. If there are others, just work your way down here, please. Thank you.
Mayor Dixon and Council. My name is Bruce Akins, and I was one of the original co-chairs of our encroachment committee that we put together 10 years ago. Had I known it was going to go this long, I probably would have campaigned for term limits, but it's been an interesting process. The city has been very supportive of helping us come up with a solution that worked for the city, for the homeowners, and hopefully for the Coastal Commission. I won't reiterate all the details. I think Mr. McGee did a pretty good job at that. But I wanted you to know that we have a very diverse homeowners group, our committee, very mixed of people who've owned their homes for generations, people who are new to the neighborhood, who've built large, very expensive homes. But amazingly, the consistent view has been from the very beginning that we wanted to work. We're happy to bring the encroachments back to the 15-foot limit, like the West Newport limitations, and we ask you to continue your support of that concept. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Chuck Unsworth, 2100 East Oceanfront. Madam Mayor, council members, and staff. I've lived on Peninsula Point for a little over 40 years. I am co-chair with Bruce Akins of the homeowners group represented by Mr. McGee. Mr. McGee has spent a lot of time with our group, and we support what he has said here this afternoon. I'd just like to thank staff and you for your responsiveness and for working with us on this matter. I know you have a lot on your plate, and I'd just like to thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for your time today. I'm Rick Matros, live at 2060 East Oceanfront. Been there for 11 years, been on the Peninsula Point for 20 years. I would also like to encourage you to accept Mr. McGee's proposal. For what it's worth, we have some organic ice plants that have just been there forever that actually go out way beyond the 15 feet, have nothing to do with us. And, you know, we're out in our patio at times, and people walk across them all the time, and it's fine, to the point made by the gentleman earlier. That stuff's been there. I guess it'll always be there. We're very happy with the 15-foot and really just want to be treated the same as the folks on West Newport. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. Brian Ozoni, a Newport Beach resident. I'm not going to comment on the encroachments. I think you're going to do the right thing. I'm here to request discussion on using those funds for extending the bike path and the boardwalk to the wedge as a way of accessibility. But I sent you a letter. I'll just reiterate it quickly. First, I think you should send a postcard out to the city residents and ask them if they're in favor of this or not. I think you'd get my guess is you'll get a favorable response because one of the visitations to Newport Beach is riding a bicycle. Sure, there's a lot of rental shops, but if you watch the traffic, everyone's got bicycles on the back of their car, so they find a parking place and they want to run along the beach. I think that's one way to do it. Another would be to put it on the ballot in a speedy fashion. We do have an election coming. But one of the things that became very obvious in emergency evacuation on the Peninsula Point sponsored CERT program was how do we get people off in an orderly way? And certainly trying to get through Balboa Boulevard where it pinches is very difficult. And this would offer another means for people to get off the peninsula. It also, the discussion comes up on bathrooms. It makes the accessibility to the pier bathroom a lot easier too, because you simply ride down the boardwalk. With all these kids and all the visitors that come, it's vital that they have wheeled access in a fashion. And everything's on wheels. Now we have these little skateboards that you just jump on and you're rolling. And it probably deserves an analysis of the whole boardwalk, but I'm planting the seed and asking you to see what the interest is in using maybe the money from this encroachment towards extending the bike path. And certainly if you found it very popular, then it would be appropriate to do that. So anyways, that's why I came. I've been talking about this for a while. I know there's other people that would like to see it. And there's also other issues, and that's residents going with their kids going to junior lifeguards. They ride on the sidewalk because their parents told them to. It's safer. So you have this collision. You see kids with the little bitty bicycles. They're not going to go out in the street. They're going to go on the sidewalk, and they are going on the sidewalk. Big wave days. Wow, do we have an issue with that? I've sent the mayor a video of that one last year, and it's beyond manageable. Even though I've heard police and fire say it is manageable, it isn't. Okay, because I'm right there watching it. So I think this would be a great relief. I'm not trying to impose that on the oceanfront residents. This would certainly be something that's not up against their 15 feet, that it's some way out that we could do this to. It wouldn't be that everyone's driving by and looking in their properties, but people are doing that on the oceanfront west of them and in this area, and it is a public right-of-way, so I don't see the real problem with doing it other than it's upsetting the status quo the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
W.R. Dildine. I've owned property and been a resident here again, off again for over 50 years. I'm in support of putting on capital improvements, that bike path all the way down. It's a disaster. I used to ride bike down there to see my 93-year-old buddy until he passed away. On the weekends, driving down Miramar, 3 and 4 abreast. See, you can go home down channel, the same thing. You know, that track was developed or was approved in 1920. And also on our general plan today, on the coastal views, the jetty is a coastal viewpoint marked out. May be a problem between F and G Street, some easements, but I think the city owns that property, so that should be no problem. But don't give away that right of way. Let them use it until we get this thing ironed out, but keep it on the docket. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I wasn't planning on speaking, so I'm sorry for being so informal. My property I've had for 10 years.
Could you please identify yourself?
Oh, Wendy Tenenbaum, and I'm at very close to the wedge. And it would really change the quality of life for us if there was a boardwalk that went down there. When we bought our property, I paid double what I would have in a block without the boardwalk. And it's my money that I've put into this house and my investment. If I were to sell the house, I would get half if I was to sell. And I know it doesn't sound like a big deal to people to say, oh, it's only 20 or 50 houses, but it's our livelihood. It's the money I've put into this house and invested into Newport Beach. And I'd be devastated if there was a boardwalk. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers, please come forward. Seeing none, let's bring it back to the council. Any speakers up here? Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Muldoon.
Yes. If we were to allow encroachment for private property owners in the 15-foot area, do they have the right to exclude individuals from walking on that area?
Yes, it would be a private encroachment.
And is there a common law to support that?
Yeah, you could exclude people from that area.
we'd be basically leasing that to them or renting it to them, and they'd have the right to exclude other people from that area. Because we are the owners of the underlying, the easement in that area.
So we own in fee, so we're allowed to let someone lease it from us with absolute right to exclude from that property. But that would end, obviously, where the state title lands begins.
That's absolutely right.
What is, let me see, what's the word you're looking for? Pressurized irrigation versus non-pressurized irrigation.
Pressurized irrigation is basically anything that will hold water for the purpose of it being a sprinkler. Non-pressurized would be basically a hose that would...
So a hose or a bucket, but drip,
No, that'd be pressurized.
misters, pressure, all those are excluded in that case.
That's correct.
I am definitely inclined to support the encroachment, and it's unfortunate that we're even here, in my opinion. As far as where the funds should be spent, I have no problem with that, the funds being used to remediate the inappropriate encroachment on the state tidelands, but I would support it more likely to go towards parking and driving than I would a new, more pavement on what I consider to be a beautiful beach and unnecessary bathroom and what I would consider to be a very dangerous surf spot, the wedge, where only professionals should be. So for those reasons, that's how I feel about those positions. Thank you.
Mr. Salinger.
Thank you. The 5 lots, F through J, those are dedicated in fee as a public right-of-way. Is that correct?
If you could pull up the screen here, Madam Clerk. You're referring to the lots that are adjacent to the tidelands?
The lots that where the encroachments would go.
Right, those are...
Lots F, G, H, I, and J.
Those are owned by the city in fee, correct.
Okay, so they were dedicated as part of that tract. So what was the purpose of the dedication?
For eventual road use.
Road use. So what would prevent us from, under the Streets and Highway Code, just abandoning that and giving it back to the adjacent property owners? You mentioned the city charter on the little note here. Can you explain that?
The city attorney's office did look into that and determined that it would require a vote of the people to release that land.
There's a charter provision that deals with...
Well, explain it. I mean, okay, it's a charter provision. Explain what it says.
So there's a charter provision that basically says if the city's going to divest itself of interest in property that's adjoining, the ocean or the bay, that you need a vote of the people to do that.
So what does adjoining mean?
What was that?
What does adjoining mean?
Well, we've interpreted it as basically this situation right here that you're viewing.
Okay, what does OR 530 or 540/300 stand for on the diagram? In the same way with the other one, 842/119.
Right, those are the recorded documents related to those properties. So we have compiled those historic documents, and that is just referencing those materials.
Okay, and so what do those recorded documents say?
Try to summarize it here. So those documents indicate that the area outside the colored area is tidelands, and areas, lots F, G, H, and I, per those recorded documents, those were established for purpose of street purposes, and that no structures shall be established, and that the city owns them in fee and may not be conveyed without the vote. So we tried to summarize them, and that's basically...
That's all said in that recorded document for...
Correct.
540/300, it says all that?
Yes, it does.
Okay, interesting. So what do the dashed lines indicate?
Right, those are the lot lines in between. Right, those are probably the old lot lines. The weird lines there, those are the underlying lot lines. So not really relevant for our discussions.
And so what is the line, the little curved line right up against the
that was actually
the harbor entrance? Is that part of the one that says OR 740/77?
That line was, that whole area there is referred to in that document, and it was part of the old jetty system, basically. But that is the underlying line. And that OR 842 and OR 740 discusses that line.
Okay, and then going back to where Lot F is now, we have a bunch of lines going out to the blue area.
Mm-hmm.
So what are those lines?
Those again are the historic underlying properties. Those aren't really relevant for our discussions. They probably could be removed from this document because they are causing some confusion. But I think the point of this area is that the 15-foot area does not extend to the properties that are shown there. Those properties are adjacent to tidelands.
Okay, so when you get beyond Lot F, where is the tidelands boundary? Is it the
entire yellow?
Where the yellow and the gray come together?
That's correct. The gray are the private properties, and the yellow is the tidelands.
And how was that determined?
The recorded documents that we've reviewed in depth.
So there's more of these OR documents that go along the beach, all the way down the beach?
Yes.
Okay, so if we go to the diagram on West Newport encroachments, that's SS 511 in the handout.
The aerial?
Yeah, so what do the lines that look like lots out on the beach represent, and where is the tidelands boundary there?
Tideland boundary in this situation goes up to the area that parallels the private properties. So the lines that are shown there, again, are just underlying historic parcels, but that area is tidelands.
So all the way to the inland boundary of the oceanfront walk?
Correct. In this situation, it looks like the area that is potentially right away is wider than the 15-foot encroachment zone.
It almost looks like it was an old street or something.
Correct.
So is there one of these OR documents recorded over here that declares all of this tidelands?
I would assume so. We haven't looked in this area in depth, but this area is kind of a series of recorded documents that date back to the 1910s and 1920s.
Yeah, it just seems curious that one area would be so certain and the other area wouldn't be. Let's see here. Let me go back to this other diagram. There we go. Okay, so we're absolutely sure that those lots were dedicated for road and street and highway purposes, no other purpose.
Extensive research we have conducted.
And they're in fee,
years.
not easements, in fee.
That's correct.
Okay.
We're very comfortable.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Petros.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too would am supportive of moving forward in concept with the overall removal plan. I do believe that the Coastal Commission is the one that has put the pressure on to find a use for any collected fees. And I would just as soon submit to them a plan that speaks to the removal, a plan that provides for the collection of a fee, and have them determine or define for us what access is and what access, provision of access should be used for the collection of that fee.
Mr. Curry.
There's a couple of issues here. First of all, I think Mr. McGee and the residents have worked hard to come up with an equitable solution. I support that position and that recommendation. It's important for us to keep in mind the equity with West Newport. We resolved these issues for some of my colleagues who are new a couple of years ago. I think we did it there in a fair way, and I think we need to be fair to the folks at Peninsula Point in the same way. And so I would support what's on the table here in terms of this proposal.
Thank you. Any other comments from council members? Mr. Piotr?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm in agreement too. I'd like to go ahead with the 15-foot, and I would like to have staff come back to us with maybe a priority list on where those where the income from the encroachment permits would go for, and so that we can apply a priority order before we submit any kind of a permit or plan to the Coastal Commission. Thank you.
Any other comments? I think there's a general consensus here, Mr. Kiff, that let's see the plan, come back to us with a plan. I would also want to suggest on a robust list, if you will, of amenities or ways to allocate those lease payments, those revenues, maybe enhanced parking on the peninsula, or perhaps other on and off peninsula options that would have something to do with traffic mitigation. The shuttle program, enhanced parking lot somewhere. But let the Coastal Commission, I agree with Mr. Petros and Mr. Curry, to let's keep equity alive here with West Newport, what good people have thought about in prior years, and let's see what the Coastal Commission comes back with. But if you're going to come back to the council with the action items, then that would include some potential uses for those revenues. And as for the encroachments, beyond the 15-foot, have the plan to remove those, as well as the revenue plan for up to 15 feet. Did I say that clearly? Okay, do you understand? Any questions from what I just said? No? Very good. All right, well, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's move on to study session item number 6, the Newport Beach Sustainability Plan.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm Kim Brandt, Community Development Director. We have before you this evening a Newport Beach Sustainability Plan that has been created by a citizen steering committee, and former Mayor Nancy Gardner is here to make a presentation regarding the proposed plan.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, council members. I am Nancy Gardner, and I'm here to talk about a sustainability plan for Newport Beach, and I emphasize plan. I don't think anybody's going to argue about sustainability or about the environment. Nobody's against those things. We're just approaching them differently sometimes. And the approach that we suggest the city take in this plan is a positive approach, one of carrots. If you have read the plan, you'll see there are no penalties, there are no fines. We're not beating anybody into submission. What we suggest is education, awareness, that we be sure there are no impediments when people want to do something a little more energy efficient, for example, that if there are things we want to encourage, that we provide rewards, such as fast tracking, but we are not punitive. This is not a spend, spend, spend plan. We do not suggest a new department, as Irvine has done, or a new director, as Huntington Beach has done. We feel we can do it with our current staff, using current commissions and committees that the city already has, working with NGOs and with the private sector. Now, there are big ticket items mentioned. Anytime you deal with infrastructure, it seems like there are a lot of zeros. But again, we suggest a prudent approach. I think we'd all agree that recycled water, using more of it in our landscape, is a good thing because we save potable water for other uses. And there's no question that we could run a purple pipe under the bay and provide recycled water to Marina Park. But off the top of my head, I would say that's probably a very small bang for a lot of bucks. Whereas extending the pipe a quarter of a mile or a half mile to Newport Center, that might make sense. But let's study it. Let's not just say, well, that sounds like a good idea. Let's be sure we study it and are prudent in the way we spend our dollars. Why a plan? As you'll see from the list, the city does a lot. Unfortunately, we do it a little bit haphazardly, so we have unnecessary gaps, and we also have unnecessary redundancies. A plan will make us more efficient, and I think that's a goal we all strive for. Also, plans are very effective with agencies. We all know a certain agency that promulgates guidelines that somehow morph into rules. And when such an agency comes and says, here are some new guidelines for you, you can say, thank you, but that's in our plan. And in most cases, that satisfies the agency. They want to see that we've planned for it. And finally, as far as a plan, it's a matter of pride. We do a lot. Let's get credit for it. Let's not be the only city in Orange County that doesn't have a sustainability plan. A number of cities have theirs. Santa Ana has just completed its. I would like to see Newport Beach be able to say, look, we do a lot, and here's our plan that shows how we do it. I think one of the concerns often expressed in a plan like this is that it's anti-business. And if you have read the plan, you see we single out business once for a shop local program, so that's hardly anti-business. And if you look at the people who contributed to the development of this proposed plan, you will see that we brought in a number of our leading businesses to help us shape the articles. But don't take it from me. You can hear it from the horse's mouth.
Right there in front of you.
Oh, right behind me. You were in the back minute. I'd like to introduce the Executive Director of the Newport Beach Chamber of Commerce, Steve Rosansky.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. Steve Rosansky, President of Newport Beach Chamber of Commerce. Yes, I'd like to support what Nancy has brought to the council. She brought her sustainability plan to our chamber board, and we convened a committee to review it. We had several meetings on it, presented some changes that we felt were appropriate to do exactly what she said. This is not a plan that forces anything. It just encourages, it promotes, but there's no mandate in here that anybody has to do anything. So, and I'll just represent that the board did vote unanimously to approve the plan and recommend that, support of the plan here at City Council. So, I know with our membership, green building, sustainability and things like that are all very top of mind these days, especially with our younger members. They seem to gravitate towards things that are environmentally friendly. So I would encourage you to review the plan that's been presented and hopefully support it in some way, either through some changes to the general plan or policies or however you deem most appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this time. I hope that you will want to consider it in a more formal manner and that you will move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments? Mr. Curry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I want to commend former Mayors Rosansky and Gardner for their efforts in bringing this before us today. I had a chance to look through the documents. I thought they had some very good ideas. I think this is what our city needs going forward. I think they've worked hard to make sure that some of the onerous elements of these kinds of plans that have manifested themselves in other communities don't manifest themselves here. And I think it's in the long-term interest of the livability of our community that we move forward with this. So I thank them for their leadership, and I look forward to having this come back to the City Council.
Mayor Pro Tem Muldoon.
Thank you. Nancy Garner, you know how I feel about this, so I have to say this on the record. I support you entirely on your cause. I don't see why government is involved and why government fits in. I don't feel this is the role of government, local or national government, and if there are no mandates, I don't know why we would need to be involved. Try to help you privately, as you know, with introducing people who I think are involved, and I would love to go to your events, but I just don't support staff time and the city being involved in this endeavor. Thank you.
Mr. Selich.
Yeah, I'm in favor of moving ahead with it.
Any other comments? Mr. Piotr?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Nancy, thanks for all your hard work on this. Steve, a lot of this is, I can tell you as an architect, is already part of like the building code. Obviously, there's built-in incentives for energy savings and things like that. So there's a lot of, the energy code is very restrictive, and there's a lot of things that are already in place. I do appreciate the way you started out your presentation, trying to say that you're trying to present carrots, not sticks, because these plans, even if they don't start that way, are usually very heavily laden with regulations. I like the idea of bragging about what we're already doing. I'm just fearful, like Mr. Muldoon, of creating a government program. So I guess I have a very tentative approach to going any further with this. Thanks.
Did you, Mr. Selich, is your name still up there? Did you want to say any more? No. No? All right. Any other comments? Yes. Mr. Duffield.
Well, I didn't read it thoroughly, but I went through as much as I could of it. It's very thorough, and I'm glad you presented it the way you did, because that made me want to read it again. Because when you read it with what you said, I agree with Councilman Piotr's analysis of it, and so I think that I want to be proud of what the city does in those areas, and of course I'm the Bay guy, so I want to make sure we do things that are appropriate for the water and the Bay. So I'm not sure this is going to interfere with too many things the way you present it. So I don't feel it's very harmful. I'd like to see what comes up next. Thanks.
Mr. Petros.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Having conducted planning exercises around the state of California, I see sustainability plans in cities across the state from border to border. And I see them sometimes as being very heavy-handed and full of mandates and creating government programs that then cost the taxpayers in the long run. This, I was pleasantly surprised to see, really provided greater incentives and dovetailed in with a number of the plans and policies and programs that we're already underway with. I also appreciate the fact that this is something that can be comportable within our general plan, and it speaks a lot to the character of Newport Beach. So I applaud the efforts here, and I am relieved to know that the Board of Directors of the Chamber of Commerce supported this unanimously. That speaks volumes to me about their level of comfort with participating in something like this. So I would like to see this move forward.
All right. Let me just sum up, number one, where I am, and then we're going forward. I will say, as in these few months that I've been making appearances and invited to speak before visiting groups that speak or that are having meetings in Newport Beach and conventions, and many of them relate to the clean energy, clean tech part of our economy. And inevitably, they always ask me, what is the city's sustainability plan? And we scurry around and try to figure out what that is. Nancy, thank you and Steve for working hard and really at the grassroots to kind of secure support and understanding, because this is refreshingly simple and obvious, and in many cases, motherhood and apple pie, if you will. For example, just to piggyback on what Mr. Duffield was saying in terms of the water, the harbor, and what we're doing in the Water Quality Committee related to debris booms. I mean, this is a priority that we've already identified, just using this as an example, in the Water Quality Committee, and we're actually working with the county to acquire that as it's a goal and an objective to help the Bay in terms of collecting the debris, particularly after a rainstorm. So as you say, we're already identifying and doing many of these items, and your first goal is related to education, and I think that's laudable and commendable. So I think, as you say in the chart that I know I'd asked you to put the chart with how much something cost, at no cost, low cost, and maybe significant cost. And I think as far as we go forward, Mr. Kiff, to be determined in terms of the staff's going forward implementation, how you would come back with how you would implement this. We have been talking about, and it may be out there in terms of a general plan update. This is certainly good work that can be incorporated in that long-term plan. But if there is education and other no cost, no staff, additional staff time, just more of a focused attention and effort to the programs you've identified here under education and awareness building and the existing implementation programs that are going on in committees anyway, I say let's see where we can incorporate them. But Mr. Kiff, if you could incorporate that in your staff's current work plan, so come back and kind of give us a timeline for how this makes sense to integrate into the staff's current work. Please, thank you. All right, thank you very much, Steve and Nancy, appreciate it. And all your hard work.
Mayor?
Yes?
Oh, we still need public comments.
Oh. Didn't we do public comment? I apologize. Thank you. Public comments. That's right, you're right. Well, anyway, no, I remember. We were up here. I should have gone out there. So, yes, Mr. Mosier, thank you.
Mayor Dixon and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier, and I think the presenters should be applauded for the time and effort that went into preparing the document, which actually hasn't been presented to the public except it's out in the lobby. It does, however, bother me that, like most proposed legislation in Newport Beach, it arrives here full-blown, with most of the thought and debate that went into it apparently having occurred off-camera in discussions that were open only to those who knew about them. I'm not sure that a plan that has been prepared by a self-appointed citizens group is better or worse than, say, an arts master plan or a sewer master plan that arrives in this room, also full-blown, but out of the mind of a paid council-appointed outside consultant. At least here, some of the people involved seem to actually live in Newport Beach, which I think is a good thing. However, if the council intends to move forward with this, I would respectfully suggest that it be subjected to some more thorough and more open public review. Fortunately, since sustainability is intrinsically an environmental issue, you already have in place a public forum for conducting exactly that discussion, namely the city's little-used Environmental Quality Affairs Committee. I would suggest that you refer this proposal to EQAC for their review, comment, and recommendation before you do anything more with it, and I would hope that that recommendation would be formulated at noticed public meetings that all interested parties are aware of. That seems to me to be the obvious and the proper response to this. Thank you.
Thank you. More comments, please.
Yes, my name is George Schroeder. Yes, I got a package from Nancy a few months back, and I thought it was thicker than the package with this. I started to read that with a highlighter, and I appreciate where Nancy comes from. I have a lot of confidence and respect for Nancy. Nancy is probably a bit more of a green person than I am. I'm more of as a licensed real estate broker, I'm concerned with cost, but of course we always want to do it the best environmentally, correct way we can. Reviewing the packet today, it didn't seem quite as much information, and hearing what you said, that there wasn't any requirements, it was more encouragement, that sounded good. But something I read said to encourage deconstruction instead of demolishing buildings. Where I live on the peninsula, there's a lot of redevelopment going on where they scrape an old building, put up a new 2-unit building. I've seen a few of them deconstructed. If we had to deconstruct the old bank building where the parking lot is at, or if R.D. Olson had to deconstruct the old city hall, I'm sure his bid would have been a lot different than just knocking it down. So as this process moves on, I'm just concerned about things like that. Like Councilman Duffy said, when he read it, he had some questions. After hearing Nancy introduce it, it sounds great. So, I'm encouraged by the concept, but I'm concerned about the cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none. Okay, bring it back up here one more time. Any other comments? No? All right. Mr. Kiff? So based on my earlier comment. All right, thank you. And thank you again, Nancy and Steve. All right. Madam Clerk.
Public comments. The city provides a yellow sign-in card to assist in the preparation of the minutes. The completion of the card is not required in order to address the city council. If the optional sign-in card has been completed, it should be placed in the box provided at the podium. The City Council of Newport Beach welcomes and encourages community participation. Public comments are invited on items listed on the agenda and non-agenda items. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes per person to allow everyone to speak. Written comments are encouraged as well. The City Council has a discretion to extend or shorten the time limit on agenda or non-agenda items.
Any public comments?
Mayor Dixon and members of the council, my name again is Jim Mosier, and I have 2 comments. First, as to the closed session agenda, I wanted to thank whoever prepared the agenda for very clearly identifying this time the single labor group that the city negotiators want to talk to you about this afternoon. As to non-agenda items, I wanted to mention the dog beach issue, which has attracted considerable attention in the press, and which I believe was the subject of a County Board of Supervisors item sometime today. The Friday before last, at an event on the beach in West Newport, County Supervisor Michelle Steele unveiled her proposal to officially allow off-leash dogs to run on the county land at the extreme west edge of our city, apparently at all hours of the day and night. From the press coverage, I noticed that a majority of this city council was at the event, apparently showing support for Supervisor Steele and her proposal. Although I suppose it could be argued that allowing dogs to run off-leash on county land is a county issue and not a city one, and that this was a sort of a publicized open event, and that perhaps the council members present were careful not to discuss the city aspects of this among themselves, but it was not a ceremonial event like a ribbon cutting, nor was it a celebration like the final signing of some enacted legislation. It was the introduction of legislation closely related to city business that this council has not yet officially discussed or taken a position on, and regarding which some of your constituents may actually have different views. Although you are all certainly entitled to your opinions, I think it is reasonable to question the wisdom of the majority of the City Council standing in apparent support of Supervisor Steele on this. It gives the impression that the Council has made up its mind and endorsed a solution to a city problem without the benefit of public debate at one of your own noticed meetings. It seems to me like bad form. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none. Mr. City Attorney?
The City Council will adjourn to closed session to discuss agenda item 4A, meeting with the city's labor negotiators, Dave Kiff, City Manager, and Human Resources Director Barbara Salvini, discuss negotiations with the Part-Time Employee Association of Newport Beach. Thank you.
Okay. We are in recess.
already up. So the first two.
Madam Clerk, please.
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
Mr. City Attorney,
There's no closed session report this evening, Mayor Dixon.
would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilmember Petros, followed by the invocation by Ms. Sahar Ali of the Orange County Islamic Foundation.
Please join me in a pledge to the flag of this great nation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Or would you want to come around on that?
Bow down before you in humility, gentleness, and patience, supporting each other with love and keeping the unity of the Spirit by the oath of peace, that we may become one as you have created us equal. Help us acknowledge our diversity as we commit ourselves to working together for better understanding, harmony, and justice as we stand together, united, side by side and hand in hand. Please help us live as your true believers, overcoming selfishness and arrogance, hatred and violence. Give us the strength to forgive. Make us the inspiration of unity and the love in the world, that we may foster a culture of dialogue and be the conveyors of hope, love, and inner harmony. Make us the instrument of your peace, so that our homes, our communities, and our houses of worship will echo fully the peace that you have long desired to bestow upon us. May God bless you all, and may God bless America. Amen. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Notice to the public. The city provides a yellow sign-in card to assist in the preparation of the minutes. The completion of the card is not required in order to address the city council. If the optional sign-in card has been completed, it should be placed in the box provided at the podium. The City Council of Newport Beach welcomes and encourages community participation. Public comments are generally limited to 3 minutes per person to allow everyone to speak. Written comments are encouraged as well. The City Council has the discretion to extend or shorten the time limit on agenda or non-agenda items. As a courtesy, please turn cell phones off or set them into the silent mode. Now is the time for City Council announcements.
Are there any public comments? Are there any comments? All right. Mr. Petros.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have two announcements. First, the city has a special events support grant program that enables community and nonprofit event organizers to apply for funding to help cover some of the costs associated with hosting an event in Newport Beach. The city is currently accepting grant applications for Newport Beach-based events occurring between July 1, 2016 and June 30, 2017. The application deadline is Monday, May 2nd at 4 p.m. For more information about the program and to apply for a grant online, visit www.newportbeachca.gov/special events support. And another just let the motoring public and the residents in West Newport, or if you happen to be going through West Newport, know, and no, Mr. Duffy, this isn't the Sand District revisited. A contractor will be working for Caltrans, conducting maintenance work along Coast Highway between the Santa Ana River and Newport Boulevard beginning Monday, May 2nd. The work should be finished approximately 2 weeks later. It involves replacing sidewalks, curb, gutters, and driveways, and one lane will be closed in each direction during work hours. At least 2 lanes in each direction will remain open to traffic during work hours. The contractor will work Monday through Fridays on southbound Coast Highway from 9:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. and northbound Coast Highway from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. The work schedule may change due to inclement weather or operational factors. For more information, please contact Caltrans at 949-724-2000. That number again, 949-724-2000. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Curry.
I'm pleased to announce that for the second year in a row, the Civic Center has been named the best public art in Orange County by OC Weekly magazine. It's a real tribute to the community, to the people on the Arts Commission who helped make it possible, to Councilman Selich, who really had the vision for this to get it off the ground. And it shows how art is placing our community on the map and giving us the draw for our tourists and enhancing the quality of life in our community.
Mr. Selich.
No, nothing this evening.
Mr. Piotr. Mr. Duffield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted, because the city gets involved with the Ensenada race, I thought I might mention that this year's race was won by a trimaran that broke the record, smashed the record, if you will, by an hour and a half. This race has been going on for eons. I'm not sure how long. 69 years. So to think that you could do that, this boat averaged 25 knots the entire time, which means sometimes it's going a lot slower and sometimes it's going even faster than 25, which is about 30 miles an hour, 28 miles an hour. So for a sailboat to do that, it's quite a feat, and I just wanted to let everyone know that that happened. Thank you.
Very good. Mayor Pro Tem Muldoon. I have a couple of announcements. This is the week of the Newport Beach Film Festival, and many of us attended the opening night the other night and did the red carpet. It was quite fun. 350 films. 50 films are international films, so it's films represented from all over the world. So I urge you, and all the theaters in our town as well as neighboring towns are showing Newport Beach Film Festival, and it's really a lot of fun. So I encourage all of you to support the film festival. Couple of announcements. I have my next town hall meeting will be Monday, May 2nd at 6:30 at Marina Park. That's next Monday. We have a packed agenda, including a report on Explore Ocean, Discovery Cube merger, how residents can apply for city boards or commission positions. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. The city budget process and the fire medics program, and the city's event and public safety plans with Police Chief John Lewis discussing 4th of July across the city. And please, for more information, please visit newportbeachca.gov/town hall. Also, the next item is a workshop, a board and commission application workshop. I'm doing a lot of promotion about the opportunity for our citizens, Newport Beach citizens, to make an application so that they may be considered for participation on a council-appointed board or commission. And the city clerk will be hosting a brown bag, essentially bring your own lunch, session in our conference room, the Newport Coast Conference Room, on Thursday, May 5th from 12 to 1 to answer all your questions that you might have. And I encourage all of you who may be interested to come and learn how you might apply it. It's really important for our citizens to be involved in our community processes. And I think that's it on my announcement. So thank you. Any public comments on the consent calendar?
This is the time in which council members may pull items from the consent calendar for discussion, items 1 through 12 and supplemental item S18. Public comments are invited on consent calendar from members of the audience. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record. If any item is removed from the consent calendar by a council member, members of the public are invited to speak on each item for up to 3 minutes per item. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine and will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. Council members have received detailed staff reports on each of the items recommending an action. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time the City Council votes on the motion unless members of the City Council request specific items to be discussed and/or removed from the consent calendar for a separate action.
Please come forward if there are any comments on the consent calendar.
Mayor Dixon and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. I just wanted to comment briefly on item number 9 on your consent calendar, which is the update on the city's water conservation effort. As I pointed out in writing, there seemed to be some discrepancy between the two charts. We have one that tells us we had the best water conservation month ever. And then if you look at the second chart and compare that to the previous month, it shows we did less well in all the individual categories. So I believe our municipal operations director, this is an item you will be receiving and filing. I believe he is substituting a different second chart with updated numbers, but he could speak to that better than I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on the consent calendar? Seeing none. All right. Let's bring it up to the council. Mr. Petros.
None.
Mr. Curry. Mr. Selledge.
I have none. Staff, are you pulling number 6?
Madam Mayor and council members, we're going to ask that item number 6 actually be continued to a future meeting.
Okay, I have none.
Mr. Piotr.
Number 8 and number 18.
To poll or?
To poll to discuss.
Okay.
Supplemental 18, S18.
And Mr. Duffield?
I have to recuse myself on item 3 for business conflict.
And Mayor Pro Tem Muldoon?
I have none.
All right. May we have a motion, please?
Yes, I move the balanced consent calendar, items 1 through 12, with a recusal on item 3 from Councilman Duffield, item 6 continued by staff, and item 8 and 18 the supplemental pulled by Councilman Piotr.
Second.
All in favor? Let's vote. Okay.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance titles for ordinance number 216-7, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach approving revised code amendment number CA 2013-009 for the planned community known as Back Bay Landing, and ordinance number 2016-8, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach approving revised planned community development plan adoption number PC 2011-001 for the planned community known as Back Bay Landing. Motion carries unanimously.
All right. First item number 8, Mr. Piotr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In this case, I wanted to just point out in our wonderful Tajma City Hall, as I refer to it often, is that we've got so much glass in this building that we have a $60,000 annual cost to clean the glass, $40,000 of which is for this building, which is $20,000 less than the next nearest bid. So congratulations to staff for getting the good price that you did. But we have, in the Taj, we have 2,500 panels of exterior glass, 22 skylights, and about 600 panels of interior storefront. So there's a lot of window cleaning. And since I don't do windows, I'll move approval.
Do I have a second? All right. Let's vote.
Comments?
Public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Comments. Thank you. Any comments? Any comments from the public on item number 8? Seeing none. Coming back to council. Any comments? Let's vote.
Motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Mr. Piotr, item number 18.
On supplemental 18, this is in addition to a professional contract for the habitat restoration water quality improvement project, and I'm just looking for some staff explanation of it.
Mark Vukovic is going to give that a shot. Good, thank you. This is Mark Vukovic, a city engineer. This is amendment number 2 for the design and then all of the environmental document preparation for the Big Canyon Water Quality and Restoration Project. we originally started the project with certain goals in mind, and as we started, we came across some additional testing for some additional information based on testing for selenium where we had to change the design, and that's where we came up with amendment number 1, which we brought to you back this last fall. Since then, we've met with all the resource agencies and showed them the plans and the restoration and the water quality basins and the habitat mitigation and habitat restoration, and we've got that input from them. We've got the final input from Orange County Sanitation District regarding their manhole access and their odor station, and those are the items that we have to incorporate into the second amendment. The project is fully funded by 2 grants, one of which is Orange County Transportation Authority, because a lot of the water that runs through there comes from roadways above stream, and the second one is through some mitigation funds that the city was a party to.
So basically, the scope changed based on regulatory agency review?
That's correct.
Or as we've discovered different things on the property?
A lot of it has to do with the environmental documentation and, for example, a good chunk of this amendment is preparing landscaping restoration and irrigation plans for an area that wasn't originally envisioned as such.
As part of the original scope. And again, we're fortunate that OCTA and the Irvine Company's mitigation fee are paying for this. That's the only questions that I had. I'll move approval.
Second, anyone? All right, let's vote.
Public.
Oh, public, excuse me, thank you. Any comments from the public on item number 18? Seeing none. Let's vote.
Thank you, Mark.
Motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Madam Clerk?
Public comments on non-agenda items. Public comments are invited on non-agenda items generally considered to be within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record.
Please come forward. Okay, thank you.
My name's Craig Sheets. I've been battling this at City Halls, east to west. I've even spoken Pawtucket, Connecticut. I'm from Brea, California. Meth labs in the hills, FCC stations. They're subterranean meth labs. Here's the list of the Orange County seats. And I'm finishing up Newport tonight. I've already hit them all. You see the service trucks. That's how they get the chemicals up on the hill to make the methamphetamine underneath those antennas, and then they roll the stuff out with the service trucks. They rotate the labs. That way nobody knows which one's going on at what time. It's very sneaky. Second of all, Air Force and Navy extraditing cocaine and heroin over to our country from South America. Then it ends up in freight and it ends up in refrigeration. That's to stay at a certain temperature so that it does not melt. Okay, and then we're going to FEMA death camps. This is not a pretty sight. I was wrong about the coffins. That's a diversion. They're going to toss the bodies in all our water reserves. It's been done before. As well, the man-made water reserves, which, like Brea Water Department in North Orange County, that type of thing, to contaminate the water. Then you got oil. Oil changes on vehicles being stored now and getting picked up is now being used for food grease. They, I don't know how they clean it up to where you can't notice, but it's pretty nasty. I am buying a Geiger counter. My contact is Bob. He is with the FBI in Salt Lake City. I'll be pointing these Geiger counters at all fast foods, focusing first on Mexican private chains, restaurants, all the food, and Asian. I talked to Bob. If you're a radioactive duplicated prisoner or you got poison in you, you're near food, it's an automatic 25 to life. You're gone. You're gone. So we're going to focus on Mexican restaurants. That's coming up. And then as well, one more thing real quick. Estrogen broke down. All ant colonies are female. And there's another indicator there. You know, the black widow, she mates with her male mate, and then she snuffs them. So I'm working on this estrogen thing, heavy. It's going to be part of that Geiger counter thing. So appreciate you letting me talk, and have a great night.
Thank you very much. Next public comment, please come forward.
Jonathan Pedersen, Newport Beach. First of all, I want to thank Scott and Duffy and Tony for showing up today for the Orange County Board of Supervisors meeting for the Dog Beach. And I have some comments about our most recent PBR meeting with respect to accuracy of the transcription. I want to read what Ron Cole's motion was that night and how it got transcribed. Ron said, all right, I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion that we do not recommend that City Council take up the MOU. But I'm also that City Council review the off-leash dog code laws for this particular section of the city to make it a more codified amenity for the community. How that got transcribed is as follows. To recommend that the city enter into a conversation regarding signage, dog bag dispensers, a clear delineation of city and county lines, and what would be needed to make it lawful to allow dogs off leash in this area, with no mention of city. There's a video on YouTube. I have a video in my pocket on a thumb drive for staff. It's clear we have a transcription issue somewhere in the staff level because Ron's comments that night were to deny the MOU, but in addition to have this council look at an off-leash extension to Olive Street. Staff, by interpreting the motion in that manner, is foreclosing any discussion about a dog beach within the city of Newport Beach limits. I think you need to review that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, Mike Glenn, City Council candidate. Also wanted to touch on the dog beach issue. As John mentioned on the 1st, we did have that meeting. Ron's motion, I'll read it again. I'm going to make a motion that we do not recommend that the City Council take up the MOU, but also recommend that the City Council review the off-leash dog code or laws for this particular section of the city to make it a codified amenity for the community. The city is what he said. That is what hundreds of people that flooded the council chambers left with that in their head, with a very clear view that he said city. When this got transcribed, it said area, and everybody said, oh, that must be the county area. But that is not what was said. It's not what hundreds of people who gathered here that night left within their head, and it is preventing it from moving forward to the council. So I would hope that the council would be able to review this, be able to review the video that we do have posted on YouTube. We did record it that night. You'll be able to see that this is clearly what he said, and it does not match what is transcribed. And hopefully we can move forward with what he said rather than what was written down. Tony Petros, I'm sure you can relate to this for the fire rings issue, and I'm hoping that you guys can take action on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other?
Madam Mayor, if I could just
sure.
make a comment.
Mr. Clay.
I noticed we get a little update about what's coming to the council the week before, 2 weeks before, and I see that the dog beach is on that for further discussion. Mayor Dixon's asked for that to be brought back. So we'll have an opportunity to discuss the policy implications of what's going on there.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Please come forward. Seeing none. All right. Oral reports from City Council on committee activities. Mr.
I have none, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Curry.
No reports.
Mr. Piotr. Mr. Duffield? I have none. Mayor Pro Tem?
I have none, but Aaron, how do the minutes get changed if we don't have jurisdiction over them? Can you just do that administratively to accurately reflect what happened?
Well, the board who approves the minutes should review those and determine whether or not it accurately reflects what they said. So it wouldn't be an item for the city council. It'd be go back to the particular board or commission that took the action, and they review their own minutes, and then they would approve those.
Mr. Kipp, can you put that on their agenda?
Let me take a look at how that works. I've never put something on their agenda, so let me take a look at that.
Thank you.
I think it's automatically on their agenda at the next meeting.
Sorry, they've already approved the minutes that
Yeah,
Mike and John are talking about.
Yeah, we have to undo it. They have to undo it, basically.
They would have to undo it. It'd be a reconsideration of their approval of the minutes.
Okay, and I have none. So we'll move into our public hearing. Item number 13, East Balboa Lot reorientation. Staff, if we could have a report, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm Kim Brandt, Community Development Director, and with me I have Associate Planner Makana Nova. This is a public hearing to review a reorientation of some lot lines on East Balboa Boulevard, as well as a reconsideration or a change to the setbacks for that property. The Planning Commission reviewed it back in March and recommended approval to the City Council on a unanimous vote. We do have a brief staff presentation for you. If you wish to hear it, we have, of course, provided you with a detailed staff report. I do want to note that in your pile of materials for this evening, I didn't mean to say piles, but but in your information that you received this evening, there was an addendum to our exhibit to the parcel map resolution. It had been inadvertently left off, so here's the correct exhibit to that resolution. So if you would like a staff report in more detail, we'd be happy to provide it.
Would anyone care for a staff report in more detail? No? All right. Let's open it up to public comment. Any comments on this item number 13? Okay, coming back to council.
Madam Mayor?
Yes?
I will move the action on item 13.
Second.
Let's have a vote.
Motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
All right, we'll move into current business. Item number 14, overview of the proposed general plan amendments in Newport Center. Staff, do we have a presentation?
We do have a presentation. One moment, please. Thank you again, Mayor Dixon, members of the council. I'm Kim Brandt, Community Development Director, and with me I have Senior Planner Greg Ramirez. And the purpose of our discussion this evening and why we brought this item to you this evening was to review the city's general plan and talk about it in a very broad scope and what the process is to amend it. There has been a considerable amount of discussion in the community. I know you're very well aware of it. It's regarding the two general plan amendments that are currently proposed for here in Newport Center. So the purpose of this evening is not to discuss the merits of either of the project proposals that are currently being reviewed and analyzed, but rather just to discuss the framework in which they will be considered and ultimately brought back to you, the City Council, for an ultimate decision.
Can everyone hear? If you want to speak up a little bit more, Kim, thank you.
I will do that.
Thank you.
So it's first important to understand what is the city's general plan. And it is the overall framework for development within the community. It expresses the city's community's vision for what they want the community to be today and what they see for it in the future. And it really provides the roadmap for development as it occurs within the community, and also how land uses operate within the community. You can find within the general plan document numerous goals and policies and diagrams, all intended to express the community's vision for the city of Newport Beach. And most often referred to is the land use element because it provides the framework primarily related to land uses, different types of land uses within the community. So this is just an excerpt from the general plan, and it's showing just a portion of the community, and it is what we call a land use map or land use diagram. And you can see that there are different categories of land uses, and they're shown on the right-hand side in the column. And each color denotes a different type of land uses. So the yellows, the oranges, and the deeper browns represent residential uses. The greens are typically your more open space uses, and the reds and the burgundies represent commercial uses. And did I skip any? They're on the map. And gray actually is the single family residential. So this is a a graphic depiction of the general plan in terms of how land uses are organized within the community, but there are also numerous goals and policies that go with that diagram. So nothing works in isolation. The general plan is a very cohesive document, and all of the different components of the general plan work together. So where does the authorization for a general plan come from? The City Council Policy K1 does allow for general plan amendments to be initiated by you, the City Council, or by a private property owner for his or her property or their authorized agent. Any application that comes in for general plan amendment requires the property owner's signature authorizing the application. A general plan amendment is a legislative act, meaning that it is reviewed by you, the City Council, and you are the ultimate decision maker on that proposal. And the Planning Commission plays a role in this review, and they will be reviewing any proposal to change the general plan prior to the application coming to the City Council, and they would provide you with a recommendation. As part of the review process, a public hearing is held by both the Planning Commission and the City Council, and the community has the opportunity to participate in those public hearings by providing both written and oral comments to the Planning Commission and the City Council. Now, what's unusual or unique to the City of Newport Beach is that the City Council's decision is final unless the amendment is required to be submitted to the voters under the City Charter Section 423. Now, just a little bit of water. So 423 is, you can hear it referred to as either Green Light, the Green Light Initiative, or Measure S. They all refer to Section 423 of the city's charter. So there could be a variety of different reasons for the City Council to consider a general plan amendment, or for a private property owner to consider or propose a general plan amendment. And basically, the underlying premise would be is that the general plan's land use designation and or building limitations may no longer be appropriate due to changed circumstances or development goals. So I've laid out 4 different examples for you, and they're only intended to be illustrative and not necessarily all-encompassing. The first example is when the City Hall moved here from Lido Village. After extensive community review, a general plan amendment was approved that allows the construction of a hotel at the old City Hall site. That was an extensive 3 to 4 year process, and the community was very much involved in determining what the appropriate land use should be at the old City Hall property. Another example is the redesignation of the general plan designation at the Back Bay Landing project. And that wasn't necessarily to increase density or intensity at that development, but to reorganize it and to change some of the land use designations. But an overall building intensity or density did not increase as a result of that general plan amendment. In other examples, we have changed the general plan recently to reflect existing land uses. The land uses that had been originally adopted by the general plan for a property may have been different than the existing land uses, and the existing land uses through an analysis were determined to be the most appropriate land uses for that property, and so the general plan was reflected, changed to reflect the existing land uses. We did quite a number of those in West Newport Mesa, and the Frog House, I think, was the one that was discussed and people heard quite a bit about in the newspaper. And another example is when a property land use designation is changed to reflect a new land use. And an example was the Lido Villas residential project, which is adjacent to the old City Hall property. That property was changed from commercial and private institutional to residential through a general plan amendment process. So what are the requirements of Green Light? Green Light, or Charter Section 423, requires voter approval for major general plan amendments. And the Charter section does define a major amendment as meeting one of the following thresholds: either 100 peak hour vehicle trips or traffic, 100 dwelling units, or over 40,000 square feet of floor area. And it's really important to understand that these thresholds are applied by statistical areas and that these thresholds are cumulative. So any general plan amendment is not looked at individually, it's also looked at cumulatively and in order to properly perform a Charter Section 423 analysis. So when you look at the statistical areas, there are over 50 in the community. And so city staff tracks general plan amendments by these 50 statistical areas. So when is a green light vote required? If any one of those thresholds is exceeded, which includes all the previously approved amendments in a statistical area over a 10-year period. And this is where I think sometimes there is some confusion when we're looking at the previously approved amendments within a statistical area. Voter approval is required when the project causes any of those thresholds to be exceeded when combined with those previous approvals. But there's one more wrinkle to the calculation. The previous approvals are reduced by 20% in the calculation for when you're determining whether or not a green light threshold has been triggered. So I do have an illustration that I hope will help explain this. Oh, and before I get to my illustration, this is an example of the tracking tables that staff has prepared for each statistical area where general plan amendments have been approved by the City Council. And I'll go into this a little bit later in my presentation. So this is how the green light analysis, hopefully this illustration will help explain it. So if you look at each one of the thresholds, the 100 units, the 40,000 square feet, and I said commercial square footage, but it's really could be office, industrial, any type of non-residential square footage, 100 morning vehicle trips or 100 evening vehicle trips is each a separate threshold bucket. So a general plan amendment is analyzed as it relates to each one of these buckets. And once one of these buckets is filled, then voter approval is required for a general plan amendment. So project 1 is approved and it's below the threshold limits. And I'm not going to worry about the numbers, it's just within the bucket. So no voter approval is required if if the City Council approves it, no voter approval is required because there is still capacity within each one of these buckets. But going forward, Project 1 is reduced by 20%, and then it remains in the bucket for 10 years. And again, this calculation is done for every single statistical area within the community. So in our next example, Project 2 is approved, and by itself, it's below the threshold limits, and it's illustrated here in the yellow. But when it's added to the bucket with Project 1, the past approvals, one of the buckets is exceeded in this example. And just because one bucket is exceeded, a green light vote is required. So that's why it's very important to understand the past approvals within each statistical area and that their reduction is done by 20% and they remain in the bucket and they're maintained in that bucket for 10 years. Do you have any questions before I move on from the
You forgot to have mentioned one point on one of your slides, that voter approval is exempt.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Selledge. That is correct. If a general plan amendment is approved by the voters, it is not included in that threshold bucket. And that's a very important point.
Kim, is it important to make a distinction between hotel rooms versus residential units?
When you're looking at a hotel room versus a residential units, they're in two separate buckets in consideration of a general plan amendment. So if you were adding residential units, it would just be by 100 dwelling units. and you would only be considering the number of units. You would not be attributing any type of square footage associated with those dwelling units. When you're looking at hotel rooms, then the basis of the analysis would then focus on square footage.
Thank you.
Kim, you also, you're reducing the existing development by 20%. Is there a time frame that you use for that? You don't reduce it the next day, you reduce it a year later, or is it the next day?
It's immediate. As soon as the general plan amendment is approved and it goes into the bucket, it's reduced by 20%.
At least for statistical reasons, and then considering any additional projects that are
Right.
processed. Okay, thank you.
Right. And it's very important to remember that green light only applies to general plan amendments. It's the only time that this analysis is ever conducted, strictly for general plan amendments. It's not conducted for zoning code amendments or development agreements or other types of site development activities, strictly for general plan amendments.
Can I just ask a clarification on, Mr. Petros asked about the hotel rooms. Are hotel rooms considered commercial or residential when they are, if they are, how they are handled or treated?
Hotel rooms are considered commercial. So now I'm going to focus into Newport Center, which is statistical area L1 on that map that I showed you previously. So statistical L1 is bounded by Jamboree on the west, Coast Highway on the south, MacArthur on the east, and San Joaquin Hills Road on the north. So we have two proposals currently in process in your Community Development Department. One is a general plan amendment for the Museum House, and it's located up in the northwest quadrant of the statistical area. And the second is for 150 Newport Center Drive, and it's here in the southeast quadrant of Newport Center. So the proposal for 150 Newport Center Drive is to redevelop the existing car wash, the Beacon Bay Car Wash, as 49 residential condominiums in a 7-story high building. This project does not require Airport Land Use Commission review, and the applicant is proposing a development agreement. We are currently in the process of putting together the final touches to the draft environmental impact report, and we expect it to be released in just a couple weeks. Our anticipated schedule for a Planning Commission hearing is in July of 2016, with a City Council hearing in August of 2016. Here's a rendering of the project from the corner of Anacapa and Newport Center Drive. This is Anacapa, and this is Newport Center Drive. The second proposal is for a general plan amendment to redevelop the Orange County Museum site with a 100 residential condominium units in a 25-story high building. Airport Land Use Commission review is required for this project. A development agreement is required, and we're anticipating that the draft environmental impact report will be released in June. We think that the Planning Commission hearing could occur in either August or September, with a City Council hearing in October. Here's a rendering showing the Museum House project. It's right here. So it's looking east. So going back to those buckets, what are the threshold limits that are currently available in the Newport Center statistical area in the 4 buckets? So within the dwelling unit category, the 100 unit threshold bucket is empty. So there's a full 100 unit threshold available in this bucket. In the commercial square footage bucket, we've already had a previously approved project, and it's been reduced by 20%, and it was 16,800 after it's been reduced. So there's a square footage available of 23,200 square feet.
Kim, and these buckets are general plan amendments,
That
not
is correct.
individual discrete projects.
That is
Only
correct.
amendments.
Only amendments.
Thank you.
And both of the vehicle trip budgets are empty. The morning trips and the evening trips.
How did 16,800 square feet of amended development not generate any traffic?
That's a good question, and that, it is a good question. It's a very good question. That general plan amendment was associated with the Newport Beach Country Club expansion, and the expansion increased its clubhouse, but it did not increase the number of holes, of golf course holes.
Okay. All right.
And
Good.
you as a traffic engineer understand that golf courses trip generation are based on the number of holes. And that question, I think, was discussed at quite a long length during the public hearing process. So this, and I apologize, this is difficult for the audience to read and probably for you as well, but this is the table that tracks the general plan amendments in statistical L1. So the first entry is the Civic Center and Park site, which is where we're sitting right this evening, and that was a voter-approved amendment, so that's why we don't show any dwelling unit or vehicle trips change in these columns, because again, it was a voter-approved amendment. The Newport Beach Country Club, which I just mentioned, included a square footage change, but no change to the peak or morning or evening trip generation. So again, these are the numbers that I just discussed in the buckets. So what are our next steps? As you can understand, there are two significant projects in Newport Center. When combined, the two projects increase the total number of dwelling units allowed in Newport Center by 149 units. And I do want to clarify a comment or a statement in the staff report where the discussion of the total number of units allowed in Newport Center. The correct number is 1,280 units that are currently allowed by the general plan in Newport Center. The 149 units would be in addition to the 1,280 units. So I do want to make that correction. It's also important to understand that both projects have a draft environmental impact report currently being prepared. And as part of that draft document, there will be a cumulative project analysis conducted, meaning that the project impacts will be identified, as well as that project's impacts plus other projects anticipated in the area. So both the Museum House project and the 150 Newport Center Drive project will take the other project in consideration when the analysis is being conducted. And this is very important for traffic and circulation analyses, noise analyses, air quality analyses, water supply, and so on. So that when these documents are presented to the Planning Commission and to the City Council, both these decision-making bodies will have the opportunity to fully understand the impacts of both projects. And the other thing that's important, and I think you may have understood this from my presentation, is that the order in which the projects are approved matters, because who gets in that bucket first, or what's could necessarily affect a later project approval. And so that's an important thing to remember as we go forward with the green light analysis at a later date. It's too early to provide any conclusions tonight, because there's a lot of variables in play here in terms of what exactly the Planning Commission will recommend to the City Council and what the City Council's ultimate action will be. One second. So I just want to conclude by saying that these projects are currently going ahead in a manner that staff feels is appropriate. The draft environmental documents are currently being prepared, and we anticipate that they will be ready for public review in a timely fashion. and we will be bringing them forward to the Planning Commission and ultimately to the City Council in a timely fashion. We do recommend that the existing schedule that we anticipate will occur continue on. I do want to note that the Newport Center, the 150 Newport Center project has been in or under consideration for a very long time, in that it was submitted back to the city for review back in December of 2014. A mitigated negative declaration was completely prepared for the project. It was submitted for public review, and back in October of 2015, the decision was made to go ahead and prepare a full environmental impact report. So we have been diligently getting that project ready for your consideration, and we'd like to continue going forward with that. We do anticipate that the museum house will be following shortly thereafter, but possibly another 2 months after the Newport Center project is ready to go forward. So with that, I will go ahead and conclude my remarks, and of course I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Kim. Any questions from the council at this time? No? No? All right, let's put it out to the public. If you're planning to speak, please come forward, and since there are quite a few of you, why don't you start lining up so we go through this quickly, if you would be so kind. Thank you. Please identify yourselves.
Yes, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Martin Brower. I'm a 42-year resident of Newport Beach. During most of my 42 years here, my neighbors in Newport Beach have asked, why can't we have condominiums in Newport Center? My answer has always been, somehow it just doesn't pencil out. People have tried, and it didn't pencil out. Remember when the New Home Company did its Meridian? It was very hard to get financing because people didn't believe in condominiums in Newport Center. Now, this City Council has an amazing opportunity. 2 really special condominium projects are being proposed: the Museum House and 180 Newport Center. This is a wonderful opportunity to provide fine residents in Newport Beach, in Newport Center. I would like to encourage the City Council to take a comprehensive view of the development opportunity in Newport Center. Rather than first come, first serve approach, developers should sign development agreements with the city, and then City Council could review the community benefits and the proposed developments at the same time. I believe this is critical for any smart development. Important planning issues, when considered together, give policymakers a full picture of what is possible and ensures that we are truly making informed decisions and smart policy. So the concept is, consider them both together, not one at a time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Susan Skinner, and I'd like to address some of the issues with Greenlight. I'd like to point out, as I have written in emails to you and to the rest of the planning department, that Greenlight applies a vote for Greenlight. The only thing that is important is, what does the 2006 general plan allow, and what will be on the ground when a general plan is completed. So I'm sorry to have missed the beginning of your presentation, but I'm understanding that what you had said is that it really only applies to general plan amendments. I completely disagree with that statement. The general plan, the Greenlight was intended, both legislatively and also from the way it was written, just to restrict huge projects, in the sense of not restrict them, I'm sorry, but allow them to be voted on by people. And what the general, what the guidelines for Greenlight simply say is that a project shall go to a vote of the people if what is allowed in the general plan and what will be on the ground once this general plan amendment goes into place is greater than 100 dwelling units. Now, because there was an addition of 79 dwelling units in the San Joaquin Plaza that were not covered by a general plan amendment, that does not mean that we don't count those. It clearly in the Greenlight requirements, it is purely general plan amendment, or what was in the general plan in 2006, and what will be on the ground once this amendment is approved. And I would appreciate it very much if you guys would respect the legislative intent and the voter intent, which was to allow us as the residents to vote on major projects. Both the Museum House and 150 Newport Center Drive are major projects that have a great impact for us as residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Honorable Council, Mayor Dixon, I'm Marco Popovich. I'm a native Californian, a 40-year Newport Beach resident and homeowner, and president of SPAWN. So I'm going to echo a little bit of what Susan Skinner said just now, in the sense that this general plan amendment includes the two projects that staff told us about. I'm going to call them Museum House and Car Wash because the name 150 Newport Center has kind of morphed over time, but Car Wash is what it is now. Both of these grossly exceed the character of our beautiful city. Furthermore, as our submission that SPAWN submitted explains, neither is legal because 79 of the 100 residential entitlements have already been used up and are being built right now over at the other corner of Newport Center in our statistical area L1. So allowing either project to go forward without a green light vote would subvert our general plan, hijacking the democratic foundation of Newport Beach in favor of short-term monetary gain for the few. So please do the right thing and ask the public for a green light vote before amending our general plan. Beyond this legal aspect, SPAWN and probably most of Newport Beach, and especially you, would not want the drive to Newport Center to be like going north up Jamboree to Irvine or trying to go up Bristol to South Coast Plaza at Christmas time. SPAWN, by this submission, is only asking you to follow the law, specifically Charter Section 423 that we just heard about, and the General Plan Land Use Amendment. In addition to Newport Beach's very competent and helpful city staff, some knowledgeable SPAWN people came here tonight. If you're still considering adding either project to the general plan without a vote, I implore you to address our concerns here and now rather than sitting there and watching me walk away. Honorable Council, please act within the law and in the best interest of all of the citizens of Newport Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Casey Termina. I live at 8 Torrey Pines in Big Canyon. I grew up here in Newport Beach, and I'm currently a Big Canyon resident. I'm also connected to my community and its residents by being a commercial real estate broker with Certere Properties. I focus my energy on luxury real estate here in Newport Beach, as well as having brokered many deals in Orange County between landowners, developers, home builders, and municipalities. As a realtor, I know that there is a strong demand for more residential units here at Fashion Island. I had the opportunity to show many of my clients the Meridian project, and they were very excited at the time that it was built. Not all of them were able to purchase because it sold out so quickly, but are very excited to be hearing about both of these projects and have asked me how to get on waiting lists and how to sign up. And there's a lot of residents downsizing from larger homes, looking for a variety of luxury options. And so both of these projects suit those needs. Like I said, there is great opportunity for residents looking to downsize but stay within the community, and having walkability in an amenity luxury-filled neighborhood is very critical. Fashion Island has defined residential components, and residential must be developed in or around the adjacent areas. I encourage council to take a comprehensive planning view, as many others have said. Instead of a first-come, first-served basis, understand the comprehensive approach. We need to understand how these projects will benefit the community for both developments to be able to be possible. We need to ask developers for transparency and to sign development agreements with the city to ensure community benefits. That way, City Council can compare community developments side by side. These two projects require extensive public outreach and complete transparency, and that's the only way the Planning Commission will be able to understand the complexity of both projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Mayor Dixon, council members, my name is John Petrie. My wife and I have been residents of Newport Beach for 43 years, and I'm following some very sophisticated questions. Mine's perhaps a little more naive. I am a green light supporter, and my question is, and I guess it's a staff question, what is the logic behind the immediate 20% reduction of the bucket? That's the question. Scott, I think, alluded to it, but maybe staff could, apparently it was part of the negotiations during Greenlight, but it sort of doesn't make sense that we've got 40 units, but we're going to reduce them by whatever 20% of 40 is, 8. So could I ask that question?
You may. Kim, is that a simple answer?
The simple answer is that it is in the charter. That is a requirement of the charter.
Well, an even simpler answer is that it was actually written into the act that the legislation that we acted on. The Greenlight supporters wrote that in to the.
I mean, Kim's nodding.
Yes,
my
that is
question
true.
is that typically there would be.
When it went on the ballot, the ballot said 80%. The Greenlight supporters wrote that into the law. So I would ask a Greenlight supporter why they took 80% instead of 100. It's not the staff or us that made that up.
Well, I'm sure you didn't be, you weren't there at the time, but.
No, I was there.
Okay. Do you remember?
The Greenlight supporters wrote it in.
I'll ask. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, next, please.
Good evening. My name is Terry Kennedy. I'm a resident of Newport Beach. I've been in Big Canyon for 14 years, and this is the very first time I'm speaking before you, so I'm very nervous. Be patient with me.
Thank you. That's okay.
I'm here to ask you for one thing, only one thing, and that is that you consider all major projects pending simultaneously. Each one is a good project with its own assets, its own qualities, but taking the time, doing the smart planning, you will determine which project fits best into the vision, your vision of Fashion Island in the 21st century. So for this reason, I'm using only 40 seconds of my 3 minutes and asking you to please look at all the upcoming projects together. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, Mayor Dixon and City Council. I'm Craig Wells, the president of the Orange County Museum of Art and also chairman of the Board of Trustees. I think you all may be aware that the museum and its predecessors have been serving the needs of this community, Orange County, for over 50 years. As the community has grown, both in size and diversity, our museum has tried to keep up with that so we can continue to enrich the lives of that diverse and changing community. The Museum House project is very important for us to be able to do that for the next 50 years. It will allow the museum to grow, to enlarge, to have more visitors, and to be part of the cultural center in Costa Mesa and still serve the needs of all of Orange County. We are very happy that we have spent a lot of time on this project, and the project itself is very important to us for our future. But we think it's also important to the community because it will be a landmark architectural piece that can be proud of not only by the residents, but by the city in general and by the council. We're encouraged by the comments tonight about general plan amendment. We are encouraged by the staff's review of that amendment, and we ask you very much to consider both of these projects at the same time as they have their merits, and you've heard why we are particularly interested in our own project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor Dixon and members of the council. My name is Dennis O'Neill, and I'm a member of the consultant team that is processing the 150 Newport Center project. And I'm pleased to be here this evening and thought the staff's presentation on general plan amendments and the potential impacts of green light or charter provision 423 is very good to get out there and good to understand. I am a little bit concerned about the order in which these two projects will be taken up, in that there is some indication in the staff report that the staff is asking for direction as to which project should go first, or whether even one of the testifiers indicated maybe they should be combined. We, that represent 150 Newport Center, contend that due process requires that the first project to get through the process is entitled to be heard first. And in this case, it would be the 150 Newport Center, and we would encourage the City Council to not take them out of the order that currently exists. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Mayor Dixon, AM Council. My name is Lorraine Petrie, and I'm going to bore you by reading. I know it's terrible, but it's the best way I can do this.
That's okay.
The devil's in the details is a well-known adage, but let's consider when the devil uses details to obfuscate the big picture. When it comes to a general plan, I believe citizens are looking at the big picture, a picture that can stand the test of time. After the capacity-attended Planning Commission meeting, by my count over 250 attended, I came away with a sense that the big picture could be forever lost if quibbling over 100 units becomes the focus. The big picture is the intent of a plan. Is the intent of the current general plan to create a dense, tight, highly developed central city? Would this type of city taint this community, one infused with nature, the ocean, bays, hills, with a reminiscent sense of openness and villages like Balboa Island, Corona del Mar, and Lido? I believe a general plan is a vision created by residents who have a deep respect for what cannot be replaced. We live in an environment of unparalleled natural beauty. The question being posed right now is one which I think says, what does zero really equal? Zero equals zero. That's the beauty of numbers. They are grounded in a provable truth. Zero is the number of additional residential units currently permitted under the general plan. The 524 units soon to open at San Joaquin Plaza took every residential unit available under the general plan. That plan can be amended, but will amending it violate the true intent of the plan? That's where the details start to become sticky. If we allow 50, it's only 50. If we allow 100, well, it's only 100 units. And so the story goes. The overwhelming majority who attended the Planning Commission meeting believe it violates the intent, or should I say the truth and spirit, of the plan. Unless I'm mistaken, the land in question, meaning the museum land, was generously given to the Newport Harbor Art Museum with a designated use. It's wonderful the museum has again been given a parcel, this time by the Sigerstroms, so that that cultural center will include an art museum. I believe this means it will be a county art museum and can be funded by all Orange County residents. This move should in no way influence how the city of Newport Beach determines the best use of that land. It was designated first as a library and a museum, serving the community. The museum is free to stay or go, but not to dictate how the land is designated. That's not in its purview. Lastly, but certainly worthy of note, was an issue raised numerous times at the Planning Commission meeting. Traffic will be snarled by the Irvine Company's San Joaquin Plaza, 524 units. After sufficient time, there's my time. That's it.
Is that it?
Well, it's almost. After sufficient time is given to see how that traffic flow really pans out, I believe more projects could be considered. But at this time, I believe it's imperative that all projects be delayed, almost like a moratorium on residential projects in the center, till we see the traffic patterns.
Okay, thank you.
That's it.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Council members and audience, I'm Jim Warren at 1201 Surfline Way. And I guess you should say how long you've lived here, but I've lived in Newport Beach for 50 years. And in viewing this tonight, my whole idea of what was going on really changed. We're turning something very important in the community into a horse race. And this seems to be the most important thing. Which horse are we going to give the 20-yard advantage in a quarter mile? And we're basing too much information on this. And what I think this all really boils down to is I went to the meeting the other night when the Corona Del Mar Residents Association and Councilman Selick was there and Councilman Piotr was there, and people were so irate about the traffic. I thought they were going to skin the city people alive that got up and spoke, and I thought they were going to burn the building down. So what are they telling us? The people of Newport Beach are telling us, let's slow this thing down. And it doesn't matter if we're having a horse race or not. You can't justify something this important that's going to last another 50 years on who jumped in 2 weeks earlier or 2 months earlier. This project that we're discussing is going to affect this city for another 50 years. It isn't something we just talk about. And it's something that just doesn't involve us. It doesn't involve this few people behind us. It involves the people that live in Newport Beach from now on. And several of us are 50 and above. It's probably not going to really affect us because we're going to die. But it's going to affect this general population. And I don't think we can sit here and make this decision when so many people in Newport Beach have worked so hard for so many years that have lived here to make this a wonderful place to live. Let's don't take it away. So I do suggest that we slow this whole thing down, and if it's that important, the two developers behind can sit tight. And I told this to the Planning Commission when I came earlier. If it's this important to the whole city, throw all the politics out, let's have a vote. They put up the money, we'll have a vote. If the people of Newport Beach want this, they will vote for it. If they don't want these two projects, shut it down. And thank you very much for listening, but I think this is common sense and not politics or finance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Okay, thank you. No clapping? Okay, yes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Nancy Skinner, and I've lived here forever, since 1962, whatever that turns out to be. I agree with this gentleman that just spoke. I think people would like to have a chance to decide if this is in the character and the interest of those of us who voted on that general plan in 2006. There was a balance given at that time between slow growth and more growth. We have a general plan that does have that kind of interaction, and it seems to me that if we do start doing these large amendments, we are putting things out of balance, so therefore it should be put to the vote of the people. I also wanted to respond to Denny O'Neill. According to the green light that I've been reading, is that if there are two proposals that come at the same time, the one who gets the first, who filed for it first, goes first as far as the green light. So if there's space for the first one and they get in and that blocks the second one, then that is written out in the green light. If you read the whole document, that spells out how that works. And so if they both come at the same time, you really can't okay them both at the same time and see it as a one big group. But I also wanted to say what I had said to the Planning Commission a couple of weeks ago, that if we're going to do something that changes the general plan with a huge development, or even two huge developments, I really think that there has to be some benefit for the citizens and residents of this community. And I don't mean monetary. I don't mean the money, the development agreement. I think there should be something that makes it okay to build that large development. Whatever you can come up with, we're losing a cultural amenity to Costa Mesa. Maybe it's another cultural amenity of some kind, but some kind of benefit should be there for the citizens. And then you shouldn't have to worry about the vote. If it's something that really truly benefits the citizens, then let's hear it and hear it, what it's going to be, and then we can vote on it. That's the best way to do this, in my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments? Please come forward.
Mayor Dixon and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. This afternoon I wrote out a speech that I thought was a pretty good speech, but I know it takes exactly 3 minutes to read, and I wanted to say some other things, so I'm not going to use my speech. The Community Development Director instructed us to speak not about the merits of the project, but about the general plan amendment and the green light process. And I think our presentation is deeply flawed. Tony Petros alluded to that when he commented and questioned how it would be possible to add 16,800 square feet of new commercial development without adding any trips. As the director mentioned, many other people wondered about that when we expand the size of a golf clubhouse to many times bigger than it was and turn it from a public-private golf clubhouse to a public banquet facility. Many people thought that somehow must be adding trips, yet we're told that it does not. But the real problem is this map that you have up here, and I guess it's on your screens. The public is looking at that. We're told that's the general plan land use map. And I don't know that any of you read my written comment, but if I added up the numbers that are on that map. That is what we're told is the 2006 general plan map. And I come to 1,201 residential units. The Community Development Director very carefully added 79 to that to come up with the number 1,280. I don't have time to go into the details of where that 79 came from, but the Community Development Director is telling us those have been added to the general plan, but the general plan has never been amended. Councilman Petros thought the traffic issue was a mysterious one. This one goes beyond mystery. How it's possible to amend the general plan without amending it is not just mysterious, it's a miracle. It ranks up there with the Immaculate Conception. And that's a problem, because people chuckle when they hear that. You're elected officials. The people who voted you in can vote you out. And I think politically, you need to remove that miracle before you do anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, please maintain order. Any other comments? Seeing none. Okay, let's bring it back to the council. Mr. Selich, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. We've got two recommendations, I guess, on this agenda item. The first one is to receive and file the information that was presented, and good presentation, Kim. Appreciate that. And then the second is, if desired, provide direction to city staff on the timing of the two applications. And I'd just like to state my opinion on it, that I don't think that we should be providing any direction on the timing. There's a timing process that's in place right now. As long as I've been involved in city affairs on the Planning Commission, the City Council, we've never intervened in the natural progression of applications through the application process. Some go slow, some go fast, some have starts and stops. They go through the process the way they go through it. We've got a good Planning Commission right now. They're doing a good job. I served 10 years on the Planning Commission, and I can say that I dealt with my share of controversial projects that were popular, projects that were not popular. I never received, nor any other commissioners that I served with, received any direction from the council on how to move ahead on these projects. One of the things we've always prided ourselves on is we've got a good planning commission. It's an independent body, responsible to the council, but still a degree of independent judgment. We rely on them to take a look at projects and review them and present their recommendations to us. When they get to us, if we want to do something else with them, we can. But my feeling is that on this particular issue, that we allow the process to move ahead as it's currently scheduled. And Kim gave us a schedule. We don't know that the Planning Commission recommendation is going to get to us in that date. Something may happen at the Planning Commission meeting. So I just think that we just let the application process take its normal, natural course of events, and then we can deal with it when it gets here.
I thank you. Any other comments? I don't see any names up here. Did you want to speak, Mr. Piotr?
I request to speak.
You may speak.
Kim, this has come up several times with the hotel rooms and the increase in the San Joaquin Apartments numbers. Could you explain how that occurred?
Yes, I'd be happy to. The increase in the number of units that are at the San Joaquin Hills Apartments was a result of a conversion and transfer, which is allowed by the general plan. And that's why when I made my introductory comments and I spoke to this diagram, I said that's one component of the general plan, but you also have to look at all the goals and policies and other guiding direction within the general plan. It works as a cohesive whole. The general plan does allow transfers within Newport Center as well as other areas within the community. 79 hotel rooms from the Marriott hotel site that were undeveloped, unbuilt, but allowed by the general plan were transferred, converted into dwelling units and transferred into the San Joaquin Hills Plaza area. So that resulted in an increase in units of obviously 79 and is the current project that's under construction. That's the simplest way I can explain it. This was approved back in 2012.
79 hotel rooms. And how many dwelling units went up to also 79?
There was a corresponding, the conversion resulted in 79 dwelling units.
And obviously, everybody's concerned about traffic, so I presume that was the transitional factor, that the 79 hotel rooms were deemed to have the same traffic impact as 79 dwelling units?
There was a detailed traffic phasing ordinance study as well as, and all the other accompanying traffic analysis that looked at the change in traffic. I do have traffic engineer Tony Brine here if you want additional in-depth analysis, but it was found the project was found to not have an adverse impact on traffic within Newport Center, which is a requirement of the general plan whenever there is a transfer.
But the detailed analysis basically said the trips were the same. So, the fact that you got a hotel, hotel rooms generate a lot of traffic, even though the room itself may be small. So, but the traffic studies, the traffic reports, they don't get into, hey, it's a 5,000 square foot condo or it's a 200 square foot hotel room. They basically use general engineering numbers in determining traffic generation for each of those types of uses.
That is correct, and they take into consideration existing land uses, all planned projects within the area. But the conclusion of the traffic analysis was that there was no adverse impact to the traffic circulation system. So I don't believe it.
Not only did it not increase traffic, but when they transferred from one site to the other, there were no local improvements needed to address any impacts because there were none.
That is a question I would have to defer to the city traffic engineer.
Yeah, maybe while he's coming down, I'll ask another question. We had, tonight you're asking for us, how do we prioritize these projects? Are we able to, because we're going to be using, I presume, a development agreement in each of these cases, will we be able to, or could we establish some sort of I'll call it a contest, somebody else used the words beauty contest, and using Nancy Skinner's words, which one has more community benefit, and have them make proposals on that to us in order to decide, the allocation of the green light units?
The development agreement proposal is certainly something that the City Council will consider as part of the public hearing process. It's typically negotiated with staff prior to reaching the City Council. That is something that is a component of your decision. There is a requirement for the development agreement for the Museum House project, but not for the 150 Newport Center Drive project, but the applicant is proposing that. So that is something that the City Council can consider as part of its deliberations.
Okay, I'll pick up on that after Tony's done.
Right, there was a TPO traffic study done that incorporated the 79 units.
You have to use English. TPO?
A traffic phasing ordinance study per the municipal code that incorporated the 79 units into that study and the trips associated with the 79.
And that study analyzed things like
analyze.
The trips, the hotel rooms were here and the apartments are over here, and there may be a local intersection or signal that was affected, but there were no adverse impacts?
Right. The TPO studies incorporate analysis of intersections in the area. And so that's what that study did, and there were found to be no impacts to those intersections in the area, and no improvements were required.
Okay, thanks, Tony. And follow up, maybe Mr. Mosier's question, Kim, on that. We show a certain number of dwelling units allowed in this statistical area. We've increased them because of this transfer. When do we change the general plan to make sure that it's in line with what we've approved? Or do we have to?
So the general plan allows transfers. It has an anomaly table which specifies different land uses within different areas within the general plan, but then at the same time it also allows transfers within certain defined areas. And so what really you have to do is you go back to the macro level and you look at the overall intensity or density within that community. And for Newport Center, what the overriding factor was is that there would not be any change or adverse traffic impact as a result of any conversion or a transfer.
But we have some sort of a table in our general plan that says you're limited to 1,201 units, but now we've actually got 1,280 approved?
Correct, as a result of the transfer, and it's also showing that we have 79 hotel rooms that have been converted into dwelling units. So that is why when we do a transfer or conversion, we document all of that, and we have actually very detailed tables that the City Council approves whenever we do a transfer or conversion, so that it's all cataloged and then available to staff, and we also make that information available to the public.
But it does not actually change the tables then in the general plan until perhaps we do our regular general plan update, and we would pick up that.
Right, and then we would update that. That would be correct.
Okay, thank you. And then following up on the, call it the beauty contest, if you will, public benefit or community benefit. Could we give you direction tonight saying, hey, when both these projects have completed their EIR process, then we want them to propose through staff to us or through the Planning Commission to us what the public benefit proposals are with their project before we get into all the details of their project? I mean, I'd hate to sit there and say, well, let's say we chose one over the other. And neither, let's say, at this point, want to go through a vote and green light allows 100. I'm just saying, what if? I would hate to go through or have an applicant go through all sorts of an expense if the council were to say, hey, we like this other project better because they provide more community benefits. Sorry, you have to go to a vote. Is there a way for us to evaluate the two projects simultaneously before either one spends thousands and thousands of dollars to bring it to completion?
Well, I'm going to try to answer that. If you sequence them together, then you would see that because they'll be part of the package. The museum house has to get a development agreement. The other project has voluntarily said they're going to go forward with a development agreement. So that's something that'll be part of the package if you sequence them together.
And I'm just trying to avoid having to go through the process all the way to its completion before we make a decision. Because then if one, I'm assuming that if one or the other has to go to a vote of the people, that they might reevaluate their project.
Well, you really wouldn't be able to make a decision on it without seeing the complete package.
Which we would be able to do at the EIR stage without having to do maps or other things. I don't know, maybe I'm splitting hairs. Maybe the amount of work that we're talking about at that point is negligible. But we can still evaluate the two projects based on community benefit as a factor, whatever that may be.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Salich.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. For the reasons I stated previously, I'm just going to make a motion here that we not provide any direction to city staff on the timing of the applications for the reasons I previously stated, and allow them to take their natural course through our Planning Commission and review process.
I'll second that.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a substitute motion. I move that we evaluate the two projects based on community benefit and therefore review them simultaneously.
Yeah, I second. I want to see what both are offering to the community at the same time.
right, do we want to have discussion on these items? Or call for a vote? Or Mr. Duffield, did you want to speak? No? Do you want to speak, Mr. Curry?
Well, what we're trying to do is either set up a shakedown operation, which Mr. Piotr usually always opposes, or we're trying to delay a project so that, because he likes the guy who may be lobbying for it behind the scenes, or for other reasons, but I think Councilman Selich has it right. We need to follow the process. Each of these projects need to complete their environmental analysis so that we have that and so that the public has that so that they can make a decision in a timely way. We need to sit down and, talk about the outlines of a development agreement, which the 150 projects apparently agree to do, and I suspect the Museum House will do in short order. And then we can evaluate all of the benefits and all of the impacts in the order in which they come through without putting our fingers on the scales at this point in time, as this motion would have us do.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Mr.
I would also add that just the notion of due process. There was an application filed at a particular time that started the development review process for the 150 Newport Center project. There was a time when the application was filed for a museum house. There is a prescribed time and effort that goes into these by our ordinances and laws, regional laws and state laws. To now try and interfere with that would put an undue burden on the car wash site versus the other and would put them in arrears. As a matter of fairness, we should take them in the order that they were applied for. To also try and predict community benefit is something that happens as a result of negotiation once the EIR is complete. You can't know the community benefit until such time as the EIR is done. That process alone begs for it to go one after the other. And then if you're suggesting, well, we just ratchet it up and say, who's going to offer us more, then that smacks of unfairness. And now you're making a decision not based on the merits or the impacts to the community, but on the bigger pot of gold that we might receive at the end of the process. There's due process here. There is a process that California law requires, and we should go with that.
Okay, I'm going to make a comment. I agree with Mr. Petros and Mr. Selich in the comments of, I think, frankly, we're very early in this process, and we haven't seen anything. It's impossible to evaluate anything other than drawings at this point. I think it's better to let the natural process flow. I think throughout the EIR process, both projects will ultimately converge, perhaps, given the give and take and the deliberations at the planning commission level. I just think it's too premature to start, I guess you use that term, putting your fingers on the scale of justice. Let's let the natural process, and that's what we have, a planning commission to start that process. So, should we call for the vote? I don't see any requests for speaking.
Substitute motion.
On the substitute motion, which, Mr. Piotr, do you want to restate your substitute motion?
Oh, just that we be able to review them simultaneously.
Okay, let's call for the vote.
With council members Muldoon and Piotr voting yes, the motion does not carry, 5-2.
Okay, so we have the original motion. Mr. Selich, do you want to restate your motion?
To not provide any direction to the staff for the reasons I gave earlier.
All right, let's call for the vote.
Motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
All right, let's move on to item number 15, Sunset Ridge Park Coastal Development Permit Amendment Application for Access Road and Parking Lot. And so I see our staff members are getting into position.
Yeah, give us just a moment here to let the room quiet, and then we'll also switch our PowerPoints.
Okay. So he,
Can you announce? Oh,
yeah.
he did. Oh, thanks.
Sure.
Oh, that's exactly, that's probably going to happen.
That's, yeah, they may dovetail. Here now, you're right.
It's not a
just too early.
perfect.
Yeah.
I'd be willing to put money on that. Not that I know.
Okay, Mr. Webb? All right.
Ready to go.
Okay.
Well, good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for entertaining us tonight and coming to have a discussion on Sunset Ridge Park. This has to do with a parking lot and an access road that was originally looked at in the park. And we're looking at the time that maybe bringing this back and starting the coastal permitting process if we have your concurrence on that. I'm going to start with a little history because the park has, and if I could get the screen up. There is some history with the park, and some of you were here and some weren't, so I'm going to give you some details, just some background. Sunset Ridge Park, the conceptual plan you see before you on the screen, was approved by City Council in March 2010. At that time, we also approved an environmental impact report for the project. This is the original plan that Council approved in the impact report. And you'll see over here, if I can point, you'll see the parking lot on the west side. You'll see the Newport crest above you, and you'll see obviously the park here. This is Coast Highway for those in the audience, and Superior's over here. And this road over here was originally part of the concept approval. And what that is there's a property line right about here, and this is Banning Ranch over here, private property. And at the time, the city had an agreement with Banning Ranch to go ahead and we could build this road should we get approval on that through coastal. So the project did go through coastal for a permit hearing back in November in 2011. And during that process, there was a lot of discussion on that, and obviously a lot of emotion at the time. And a lot of it had, I think, to do with Banning Ranch next door. But when we got close to the approval, what we found was staff was generally supportive of our park and our road and our parking lot. However, there was a condition placed on it by staff that said we would have to basically put ESHA, which is environmentally sensitive material, plant material, in this area and then in perpetuity lock that in. Well, the property owner at the time couldn't agree to that because that would basically block his ability to process his project, which is going through the Coast Commission now. And the city didn't agree with that either, so we agreed to pull our plan and reformat our plan. And we brought the plan back in August of 2012 without this parking lot, but the rest of the park was there. And the Coast Commission took that up and approved the park at that time. So, and my next slide kind of shows that, what you see today. You see the park on an aerial here that's been approved. You see where the parking lot was. This is the lawn area over here. Banning Ranch is on this side, and then Superior over here. That's how it stands today, and currently the way you access the park is you use this parking lot over here, and you go across the crosswalk here, and there's a set of stairs, or there's a switchback ramp that takes you up and takes you over to this area here. So a little more history too, just for the audience. The city actually purchased this property. It originally was zoned for condos back in 2005 in our local coastal use plan that Coastal had approved. And we made a change in 2006 to make this an active park. And it was owned by the state of California at the time. It used to be freeway property. This is where the freeway was actually going to go through. So the city basically made a deal and spent $5 million to purchase this property from the state to build it for a park. And that's how the process started. So where we stand today is we've got a park that has access across the street. We're finding it's access, and we can park in it, but we're getting some hesitation from the sports teams. It is a little bit of a cumbersome hike up there. And we believe it's much more convenient and necessary to get the original design to build the parking lot that would serve the park on that side of the park. Now, what's going on currently is Banning Ranch is going through its second hearing. In fact, it's going to be here in 2 weeks for a hearing. And our perception is there's going to be some kind of approval of a road, maybe a smaller Banning Ranch project. We can't say that's for sure, but that's kind of what we're seeing coming out of the other one, the last hearing. So what we'd like to do is possibly look at getting started on an application process to go forward with the access road and the parking lot and work how it connects to Bluff Road. This exhibit here is the last exhibit we had from Banning Ranch that showed possibly a connection. This is Bluff Road that goes down to West Coast Highway. Our park's right over here. This is the crest, and here's the parking lot I showed you in the first slide. And the road would kind of connect maybe to an access point here, maybe somewhere along the path here. We haven't got the exact location yet. By the time it comes out the other side with the planning process and the coastal approval, this road may shift a little. It may tweak a little this way or that direction. So we can work out that detail once we see that. But this is a conceptual alignment of how that would connect basically to the Bluff Road should that get approved in the next couple of weeks. So the proposed parking lot that was in the original plan had basically 97 spots. This parking lot we're looking at has 92 spots. And the layout is such on the screen there is how it would go. It's basically 50 feet from the property line to the curb on the parking lot. There would be 78 spots in this area, and it's double loaded on both sides, 24-foot wide aisle. It's landscaped approximately the same as the park. You've got ESHA type landscaping up here. This landscaping would be the same as what matches the park. And again, you have an access point right here to the restrooms, the tot lot, and the sports fields right here. And then the access road goes back, and we have some spots along the street to make up to a total of 92.
What caused the parking lot to change from the design we had in the plan we approved in 2010?
Basically, the way it fits in, if I can go back just a slide, when we got approvals for the park, there were some other items that came into play. The Coast Commission deemed this as ESHA down here, which is that environment sensitive area. They've got some other sensitive restrictions along here, and also along this bluff here, and it's kind of a steep bluff right here. It's about 20 foot high at probably a 1-to-1 slope. So the geography of this area crunched down a little, and we also put a few less spots on this street. We could probably add some more spots if you wanted to get to the full number there. And on that note too, just because it's a discussion that we've had with the community, we've met with the community several times now, and there's been comments about why can't we build an access road off Coast Highway and come up this way? Why can't we come in Superior? In the original concept, the option, going back one slide, we looked at all those, and we had one option that we looked at was a road coming across Superior, and that didn't pan out. There were some other thoughts about coming this way, steep grades and a lot of environmentally sensitive areas here that forbid that. Right here is a gap, though, that has really no sensitive material that we would call as ESHA, and I think the Coastal Commission would agree with that. And this would be the gap that you would connect to whatever Bluff Road's approved. So there's the picture of the parking lot. The other concerns that come up, we put this cross-section on you to give you an idea of what it looks like from the crest. This top cross-section is starting on the far right side, is the buildings of the Newport Crest, and what they are is the two-story buildings. There's a balcony on here basically for that first-story unit. And the difference between the floor of the balcony here and the top of the parking lot is about, was it 20 feet? I'm trying to 48 to 56. It's about 20 foot from eye level down to the parking lot, and figure a person stands about 5 foot high. So we're not blocking any ocean views going out here. We are actually proposing to cut the parking lot down 5 feet from the current grass lawn. That was built up and we left that higher, but in order to make sure the parking lot's lower and it matches the field grade, we'd actually spend some money and grade down about 5 foot to build this parking lot lower. And again, you see as a cross-section here, you've got a buffer area here against the crest here of about 50 feet. This is landscape. There's a vertical wall here where you'd park behind, two parking stalls with an aisle between it, a landscape buffer between it, and another set of stalls. And again, down below you see kind of a blow-up of that, how it would look. So one of the concerns was visibility, what you're going to see. We don't block any ocean views. You will see a parking lot versus a grass lawn. There is a buffer between the parking lot and the buildings. So we have several community outreach on this project, and we've talked to the HOA. We went up to Newport Crest twice now. We've met with various residents and HOA members here at the city. Particularly the Imaloma Court is the last building on the end, and those residents are probably the most impacted, and we've had several discussions with those. We've done noticing on this within 300 feet, and we wanted to bring that to your attention. One other thing I think is important too, and we mentioned this to the residents, because some of the residents are new, several of them are maybe not familiar with what the city did before. When we went through the process to design this park, the city made many concessions on that to basically help alleviate concerns and appease some of the Newport Coast residents up there. We removed all the parking lot lighting, and basically the park only has bollard lighting in it now. Along with that, the council designated this is going to be a sunrise to sunset park. That's the only one in our city that we have restrictions of that we don't allow the park open at night. We moved the park area back, and I can kind of show that on that first slide. From the crest, all the fields and the playgrounds and everything were pushed away from the crest, and we created a buffer in there. We relocated the tot lot and the restrooms further away from the crest. We installed a modified backstop. If you go out there, it's not a full backstop, it's modified. It's cut short so that we can help modify and impact views. We took several plants, sycamore trees, out of the view plane, and we removed those trees for the residents because they would grow up and they might block views in the future. We installed automatic locks on the bathrooms to help with any kind of problems at night. And actually, the city contributed money to a security fence around because the crest and the park never had a fence between it. It was just public land with the crest property right next door. And we agreed to give them some money. Now the Newport Crest HOA has now built a fence around their property. So those are some concessions, besides the fact that we rezoned it from residential condos to open space active park. So the timeline that we have is that, again, the City Council approved the original EIR and concept on this back in March of 2010. And then we've moved through the Banning Ranch approvals. Oh, there was a note, too. In the Banning Ranch approvals, we approved a development with the Banning Ranch for their development, and in there is the Park Road is a condition on their approval. It's in their tentative maps and as part of their development agreement that they would include that Park Road in their development. And then as we move forward, we've got the basically approvals for the park, and then the park was opened and dedicated back in December of 2014. So our next steps now is to maybe start looking at, as Banning Ranch looks to be approved, and trying to work through a coastal process. The coastal process tends to be a long process. It took many years to get this park through. We'd expect several years to go through the planning and permit phase in order to get a parking lot online. So tonight we want to see if you would look at that and validate our request to maybe go with the original parking lot plan, and also to submit to Coastal as soon as we have all the pieces, start the process to develop the plans, and we'd probably take 2 or 3 months here, maybe into summer, to get those plans and application ready and submit it for the CDP application. With that, we can take any questions.
Thank you, Dave. Any questions from council? Mr. Piotr?
Dave, where you're suggesting that we're going to submit this application end of summer. How does that, I mean, if Banning Ranch gets approved 2 weeks from now, so does Banning Ranch have to be approved before we could get this submitted, or would we submit if Banning Ranch didn't get approved?
We would want Banning Ranch approved, so it'd be contingent on their approval. Again, I think we'll have some kind of road that we can attach to. I don't know the exact location yet, but we would surely wait till at least 2 weeks to see what they're going to do.
So our application will not include the road off of PCH, which our original one did. All
Correct.
we're going to do is just the parking lot and then the access road to the approved Banning Ranch Road.
Correct. On this slide here, you can see this Bluff Road A is part of the Banning Ranch development now, so that would be on them. We would have to ask the request to approve just this portion, to add either to amend their CDP or do an entirely CDP based on our park, an amendment to it.
An amendment sounds like an easy way to go. Thank you, Dave.
Any other questions up here? Now let's ask the public. If you have any questions, please come forward. Questions or comments?
I'm sorry, I'm here again. Nancy
Sure.
Skinner, a longtime resident of Newport Beach. And this is this is a little tough for me because my Banning Ranch friends are not going to be too happy with me, but I am concerned about the parking lot that is already on the east side of Superior, on the corner of Superior and Coast Highway. For those of us that swim every day in the ocean in the summertime, when there's no parking in the public parking areas, that's our go-to place to park. And my understanding is, and those of you who have been here a long time can correct me, but I think it was Don Webb that told me this, that there was an agreement when they took the parking off of PCH from Superior or Balboa Boulevard, whichever it is, toward West Newport, they had to come up with some mitigation, and that parking lot is that mitigation. It is used a great deal on the weekends, and if we want to try to get to the beach on the weekends, even that one fills up. So I kind of hate to see it shared with the park if there's another way to do it, but on the other hand, I know that there's concern about going through a road. Didn't quite understand why the going off of Superior was no longer being considered. It seemed like that might be one spot where it would not connect with the development itself.
I mean, access it from Superior, is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. And just south of where the homes or the condos start. I don't know, I'm just sort of giving you my concern about the loss of public parking for the beach. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Jenny Lombardi, and I've been a resident in Newport Crest for 32 years. In my opinion, the main issue the Sunset Ridge Park parking lot is trying to solve is accessibility to the park, mainly by sports teams and groups. If it becomes a parking lot, once the spaces are filled, people will use it as a drop-off pickup lot, possibly creating unsafe situations, congestion, and crowding within that lot itself. My proposal is to design the lot to be a drop-off pickup lot only. This would address specific issues for the city, the sports teams and groups, and for Newport Crest. For example, the lot could be smaller in size. That's a plus for Newport Crest. It could be moved further away from Newport Crest. Again, a plus for Newport Crest. It would alleviate drop-off and pickups along PCH and or Superior, which are currently happening, not to any large degree, but that would be a plus for teams, other groups, and individuals. It would reduce congestion in the lot since people would not cruise through the parking lot looking for parking. That's a plus for everyone. It would encourage carpooling by the different groups. That's a plus for the planet. It would alleviate the drop-off problem in Newport Crest, especially in Imaloa, that was mentioned earlier, when SUV loads of kids pull up, pile out, and proceed to climb over our fence, our perimeter fence, over it or through it, as the adults drive away. That would be a plus for Newport Crest, for the teams, for individuals, and for other groups. A drop-off lot would create a safe zone for anyone to use, especially for parents, knowing that their kids are not going to be crossing Superior or PCH. The city still needs to pursue the pedestrian bridge system design over Superior and PCH, not just for access to Sunset Ridge Park, but for all people using that area, pedestrians, bicyclists, motorists, just to make that area safer. The city also needs to pursue parking options on Newport Banning Ranch property. In conclusion, in previous meetings with Dave Webb, Andy Tran, Sean Levin, and Tony Petros, homeowners were encouraged to provide input and possible alternatives to the proposed design of the lot. As in previous years debating the original design as described by David, the city listened to us and mitigated some of our concerns. Neither the city nor Newport Crest got everything they wanted, but we all have gotten a beautiful park at Sunset Ridge. I know you are listening to us tonight, and I hope you are willing again to mitigate our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Brett Eccles, and I'm a Eastside Costa Mesa resident, immediate past president of AYSO 97, and the current chair of the Costa Mesa Parks and Recreation Commission. But tonight I'm speaking on behalf of myself and not on behalf of the Parks Commission or any of my fellow commissioners. I was involved early on with this back in even 07, 08, and it's an important cause for me. Running AYSO 97 for about 7 years, field space and all that was a critical issue. I understand the Banning Ranch, development is a very contentious issue, and I appreciate those concerns. This has always been to me about a property on the city land, a park. When we went before Coastal Commission, and to hear them say, build the park, but you can't get to it. What? It just never added up to me. Now we have something that can be tweaked, as the prior speaker said. That'd be great. The current situation does not work. For example, this past fall, I understand AYSO used the Superior lot with about 62 parking spaces. You could see on your diagram there's 2 soccer fields or multi-use utility fields. If you ran 2 soccer games, that's about 30 kids per field, 60 kids playing, thus 60 cars. Doesn't work in a 62-car parking lot, and not to mention all the other visitors to the beach and surrounding area. That does not include any of the passive use visitors to this park. The safety concerns. There was no drop-off. No one in their right mind is going to drop off their 10-year-old, say, all right, see you later, go run across Superior at the light, run up the hill, and hope your volunteer coach is there. It's not going to happen. So that caused problems during the week for practices. So it's a safety issue. It's certainly an accessibility issue. Convenience, sure, with the equipment, I could only imagine what baseball is going through with all their equipment. At least soccer doesn't have to drag up bats and baseballs and all that. To me, the park, there's a couple issues. It's inaccessible. It's a gorgeous facility, and I'm so happy that the council and members of the council in years past have fought for this park. It's a gorgeous park. The passive use is incredible, but we can't access it properly and safely. And so I would ask that you would strongly consider moving forward with staff's recommendation and amending the CDP permit to the Coastal Commission for the kids, the residents of Newport Beach who would be able to use this park. The other thing is elderly and disabled people. For anyone who's a grandparent, you'd love to go see your kid play Little League Baseball or see him on a soccer field. A lot of these people were not able to see that. So I encourage you to vote yes with the staff approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Jim Cassidy. I am one of the residents of Imaloa Court. For the record, that was a very important point, it seems, that was made about getting together with the Imaloa Court residents. I have never been contacted personally by the city to have a discussion about the park, personally. And there are a number of us who've actually been to the HOA meetings many times, and we met you, Mr. Tran, and discussed things with you. So I would invite, before you go further, that you actually have a meeting with the Imaloa Court residents. I think the others that are on the court this evening attending would probably agree with me. Maybe I missed the invitations, but I think I would really like to have a hand in that. I am one of the units that does overlook the parking lot, the proposed parking lot. Right now it's a beautiful little area, it's great. I think that the benefit right now is for people who have picnics, birthdays, they use the barbecues next to the restrooms, and that's a little private area that I didn't expect to see very many people at, because I thought most of them would be on the soccer fields and the baseball fields playing around there. But it's really become kind of a little mini park of the big park, which was kind of cute. My observation is a little different than the previous speaker. I look out across my deck and I look over at the parking lot across Superior. And what I found is that even 4th of July weekend, which of course is one of the busiest weekends of the year, I don't remember seeing that parking lot full. I travel to Laguna almost every morning, and I've been in Laguna many times. And as I come north back home and I make a right turn on Superior, what I do notice that's been great is that the crosswalk is much more much easier to see and more definitive for pedestrians. What I do highly recommend you consider is something that's been extremely successful in Laguna to protect the pedestrians, and you probably already know, but it's a button that's pushed on the side of the road. There are lights in the pavement that light up. There's even a sign above that flashes for traffic. As you all know, Pacific Coast Highway is very congested, and Laguna Beach, I think, really pays the price, as bicycle riders know, for heavy congestion and trying to protect the pedestrians. It's been very effective. I would highly recommend that for Superior. I would also recommend probably a no right turn lane, no turn on a red light lane coming across. So I am not in favor of a parking lot in front of my home. I'm being selfish, I admit that. But I also think that the parking area on the other side of Superior would definitely accommodate people. And if kids need a little more exercise, to walk their bags carrying behind with the wheels and soccer balls and baseball bats, it might do everybody some good. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please. Next speaker.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dennis Conway. I live at 16 Imaloa Court, right next to where the proposed parking lot would be built. Thank you for your time. 3 minutes isn't much time, so what I'd like to do is I submitted a letter. There's more copies of my letter. For the record, I'd like to request you read the letter before you make a decision. And then listening to Mr. Webb, I had a bunch of informal notes. I apologized if they're not super professional, but they hit all the points about how this affects our property. What I'd like to talk about is the process. Read my letter. This is a process, and I didn't bring this Trader Joe bag because it's full of snacks. What it's full of is environmental impact reports. We followed this as people live right next to where the park and the parking lot would be. We followed this closely for 5-6 years. Read everything, watched all the Coastal Commission hearings. The process was available for everybody. The city, who has way more experience than all the other parties involved, was engaged in the process. Their positions were fully vetted. Everyone heard. There's opposing positions. There's multiple environmental impact reports. There was a lot of public discourse because, of course, sunlight's the best antiseptic. Let's get everything out in the open. The city won and lost. In front of the Coastal Commission, the city won their park. But what they lost after the process was fully used by both parties, what they lost was a parking lot. And when they lost the parking lot, the representation wasn't a wink. The representation wasn't a side deal. The representation wasn't, why don't you come back in a couple years? The city had a decision to make at that point if it respects the process. And that is, we got a park without a parking lot. So A, if it's not usable because you don't have a parking lot, you leave it in its natural condition. B is you explore alternatives. Even some of the alternatives that this city proposed and shot down, like the bridge across the street. The city doesn't get to engage in C, which is bait and switch. Let's put in the parking lot. Let's create a super dangerous condition. That intersection at Superior and PCH has never, ever, I've lived in Newport on and off since 1976, very little pedestrian traffic. Now, because of the park, they've invited lots of pedestrian traffic without taking any precautions to make it safer. And now the city is not respecting the process in the final decision. In fact, they're coming back without seriously engaging in alternatives that even they proposed. They create a reckless condition. They create a situation for park goers like the man from AYSO was telling us about. I had a meeting with the city planners to say, hey, why don't we work out a reasonable alternative? And Councilman Petros told us a compelling story about almost getting hit. You don't get to come back and use that situation. I'd respectfully ask that the court respect the process. Of all the parties involved, the city should be the party that respects the process because you engage in it every day and you expect citizens to respect the process. And that's what I'm asking. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, my name is Sheila Koff. I live on 15 Landfall Court, right next door to Imaloa, and daily I do get to enjoy this jewel of a park. What's happening is many people are enjoying it, the way it's designed, the tot area, lots of moms and babies, dads are bringing their families out. Many from the beach are enjoying the park. There's a lot of foot traffic. Mother's Day is coming up. On behalf of, not that I'm a mom, but I see lots of moms out there. The park, especially the tot area, there's a playground area, there are barbecues, including while the teams are playing. The dads are out there with their athletes, young athletes on the fields. The moms are out there with with the babies and are playing on the swings. And sometimes when they lose control, the kids are running onto the green belt. Can you imagine your own children not having the green belt, running between the parked cars? So for the safety, I would recommend not having the parking there. The way it's designed, it's inviting the families out, it's working for the teams. One woman commented in an HOA meeting recently that she got hit in the head by a kicked ball. If we confine it more than the way it is now, I think the park won't work, especially if we have that road that will be going 24/7 right next to these 92 parking spaces. To me, it's going to be even less safe for the families and the ones on the teams, and then the ones who are looking after their children in the tot park, the ones who are having the parties. It's going to be much more dangerous with that road next to the 92 spaces. I think the city is trying to do too much more with the park than the way it's designed right now. I would say leave well enough alone. It's very dangerous along the Superior PCH. I'm sure that the city council can work out how to resolve that major traffic issue. I would suggest, it might hurt a few people's views, a bridge over Superior, but leave well enough alone. The park is a jewel, a gem, working as an active park, but keep it safe and keep the parking spaces out of there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Rob Modelmog. I am a lifelong resident of Newport Beach, and I am a law student at UC Irvine. First, I want to mention that a lot of the city council members here tonight have pretended to be interested about traffic, about 79 units at Newport Center, and yet no one's mentioning the intersection right here and the 900 units that this city council has supported in traffic and 15,000 car trips a day. PCH isn't being widened, Superior's not being widened, but no one's mentioning that. So also, if in the room you're concerned about traffic, you should be talking now. I'm here today because I want to put in the administrative record that this park has always been a Trojan horse to provide an access road to Banning Ranch. Banning Ranch has had huge struggles in getting Coastal Commission approval to get a road into their development, and you can't build 900 units if you don't have a road. With this parking lot, that provides another rhetorical argument to build that road, Bluff Road, which right now is the subject of huge controversy at the Coastal Commission, and it may be whether or not the Banning Ranch project gets approved at all in 2 weeks. And so here we are pretending like this parking lot is so needed for this park, and in fact, it was always created in order to justify that road up there. I also want to mention that the city staff has said that this road will really only be an access road if the Banning Ranch Road gets approved. That would be good, because if it wasn't, then that would be piecemealing, which this city council has been sued for before under the California Environmental Quality Act, because what you would have is you would have a road that would be integral to the approval, the Coastal Commission approval of the Banning Ranch development, would be dependent on this Sunset Ridge Park Road. So I want city staff to also realize that they need to be aware of that. And finally, I want to mention that this parking lot can easily be avoided by a pedestrian bridge. I'm a student at UCI. I drive under multiple pedestrian bridges every single day to go to school. There's metal ones that look light. They're not big highway bridges. They're nice beautiful metal ones. And it's totally obvious that that's the solution here, except for that this is a Trojan horse. And the whole point always has been to provide a rhetorical argument to build this road so that Banning Ranch can get built out. And finally, I talked to a biologist before attending this hearing, and the biologist let me know that this is all environmentally sensitive habitat area up there. It's not just the part that the city staff has delineated, and in fact, it's all California gnatcatcher habitat. And this road would slice right through it and slice right through the natural ecosystem, and in no way would be allowable under the Coastal Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, next.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is George Schroeder. I'd like to talk about the parking lot, not about anything else. What staff said is that this will move ahead after the Banning Ranch project has gone through the Coastal Commission. I don't think this parking lot will be able to move ahead without the Banning Ranch project going, being approved. So that's what I understand. The second thing I want to say is that we need a parking lot at that park, okay, to have people come up here and talk non-truths, to have their own truth that serves their own purpose. I dated a lady a few years back that had a second grader and a fourth grader. I went to all the parks when they played, baseball and things like that, okay? The kids need to have their cars parked where they're playing. If a kid has an asthma attack, you have to go to the glove box and get the inhaler. You can't be across Superior Avenue at a parking lot over there. Families come, they have babies that need their diapers changed. You have to have your stuff in your car. Where else do we have a park in the city of Newport Beach where the parking lot is a block away? It's absurd. Yes, we have this park like this because the Coastal Commission said we won't let you have a parking lot here until the Banning Ranch project moves ahead. Now the Banning Ranch project may be moving ahead. If it moves ahead, then we can have a parking lot here. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to do the responsible, decent thing to do and let families and children who want to come and use this park have a park they can come to and park without having to worry about Nancy Skinner and her friends who want to come and use the beach parking lot that Caltrans said we had to build. That was a beach parking lot that everybody calls the beach parking lot, okay? If you put any more parking there, it's still going to be the beach parking lot. Let's have a parking lot with no bridge, because we don't want people coming and using our Sunset Ridge Park parking lot for anything but the park. There's going to be a sign that says no beach parking, okay? Park use only. 97 spots should work. Do the right thing. This is easy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Sean. I'm a new owner at the Newport Crest community. As a matter of fact, I have not moved into my new residence yet.
What is your last name? I'm sorry.
Safiedin. I would like to share with you a personal experience. Last year, when I was in the process of purchasing my place, I narrowed down my options to two, both in the same community, same floor plan, same square footage, same view, and offered at the exact same price, with the following exceptions. The other property's view was subject to the Banning Ranch development. Instead, the owner had spent over $250,000 in renovation. My property was not subject to such uncertainty, but was not as highly renovated. I deliberately made a decision to forego $250,000 worth of tenant improvement in return for a safe view. That is how profoundly the value of our properties could be impacted. And it is not the case that only those directly in front of the parking lot would be impacted. As our properties depreciate, everyone's property will depreciate. Having said that, I am not a selfish member of the community and am more than willing to put the greater good of the community or pursue the greater good of the community, albeit to my personal detriment. Which is why, all along the process, I have been inquiring about the underlying need driving this new development. The response, or the most common response I have heard to my inquiries, has been the existing parking lot across the street is unsafe, and building a bridge across would be too cost prohibitive. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to those. The existing parking lot is either safe or not. If it is safe, no further action need to be taken. If, however, it is unsafe, there is an implication to that. That would mean that we proceeded with the construction of the park knowing that the safety of the members of the community would be in jeopardy, to which I would say, shame on us. 2, let's assume we proceed with the construction of the newly proposed parking lot. That may address the safety of those parking in that new parking lot. What exactly are we going to do to ensure the safety of those that would still park across the street? Therefore, I would like to argue that the cost associated with the construction of the newly proposed parking lot would be in addition to and not in lieu of the cost to remedy the safety issue with the existing parking lot. I sincerely believe there is a better way given city's openness to all alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Lasha Monday. I'm a 20-year resident in Newport Crest, and I wanted to speak about some safety issues that are significant with building the parking structure in the park. The first issue is with increased access to the park via the road, there would be an increased occupancy after hours in the park. This is already an issue. It's demonstrated by our helicopters, which come frequently patrolling over the park. There's illegal activities going on. There's searchlights going on. This can only get worse. The fence that separates Newport Crest from the park is very easily scaled. It's extremely close to the homes, and it's extremely easy for an intruder to jump the fence, jump on the back decks, and get access to the homes. Children at this point in time have an easy access to the park. They come in, there's open areas, there's safety. They can go alone without any worries. If a parking lot were built, that safe space would be gone from them, for them. I was going to mention about the Superior parking lot as well, but I think Sean has pretty well covered that building a parking lot in Sunset Ridge will not make parking across Superior any safer. That's a separate issue, and it requires some alternative plan. Surely there must be some solution that can provide safety for pedestrians crossing Superior Avenue. In conclusion, I just want to say that we have made a large investment in our homes for a safe and peaceful environment. We need the Sunset Ridge Park to be a good neighbor and to be safe for everyone, not a threat to our community at Newport Crest. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
That was my lovely wife. My name is Joe Monday. We've been residents at Newport Crest, have owned our home there for 20 years. The reason I'm up here today is the use and building of a parking lot will negatively impact the residents of Newport Crest by increased pollution. And with the air pollution, construction equals increased dust, increased particulate matter, danger with respiratory, cardiac, and many chronic health issues. The cars that are coming and going and also idling while dropping off other people and also picking up other people to leave create increased exhaust and CO2 pollution. The homes are close to the designated parking lot. The homes, especially on the front line and on Imaloa Court. Will the air quality be monitored to ensure that it meets the clean air standards? Southern California already has many clean air violations that result in health problems. And this was recently brought up just recently on the 20th about the fact that air pollution can trigger asthma attacks, heart attacks, lead to cancer, and cause premature death. This was in the newspapers and also on the news. It also says that right out of 8 out of 10 Californians, 32 million people live in counties and unhealthy levels with particle pollution sometime during the year. The report says, using U.S. Environmental Protection Agency data for 3 years ending in 2014. It has become obvious that are we going to monitor the health or the quality and ensure the clean air standards of, that we have? Will the city do that? We live close to the beach without air conditioning, with our windows always open, and we're very susceptible to pollution. And it has been brought to our attention, is the city prepared to diminish the negative effects of the pollution, exposure of providing air conditioning, high intensity filters, and double paneled windows? Then we can close our windows and limit the exposure. The fact is right now, we have enough pollution coming from PCH as we're going that way, especially during the evening and the late afternoon and in the morning. Also Superior. So we're on two sides, and now we're going to add a third side of this with this parking lot. I have wondered about, okay, just about finished.
All right.
Excuse me.
1 minute, please.
Yes. Will our future be as appealing as being close to a major freeway? That's what I'm concerned about. And I'm concerned about the pollution that this may cause. It also was brought to our attention that in the report it says you may be limited to raising only those issues you raised at the public meeting and may be continued to a specific future meeting date, and if such an action occurs. And we're not so sure this is illegal.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Stan Rosenthal. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I did write out a whole speech, but obviously there was so much coverage on the problems that have arisen from the park being built without a parking lot. And I think the main issue here is that Superior is the major problem. I came to this meeting and I looked up and I saw this gorgeous bridge that you have built to go to a bunny park or somewhere. And I'm saying, why can't we have that bridge? That bridge probably goes to nowhere. I don't know where it goes. I don't know how many people use it every day. But I was at the parking lot today, which is probably the most unprofitable parking lot the city owns. There was two cars. One, there was a gentleman sitting there smoking a cigarette. I'm sure he didn't pay. The other one was a woman that was looking for a cigarette, and I know she didn't pay. So I walked through the park up to the ballpark, and with my Apple app, it was like 700 steps. And I'm saying, these children are athletes. Is this going to be a drag because they have to walk across a bridge up 700 steps to a field? It's called a warm-up. That's what they need. They need to warm up before they play sports. We have an area in back of that parking lot that's all dirt. I don't know, does the city own that, or who owns that?
You're talking across the street. That's Sunset View Park, and the city owns that.
The city, you can build an additional parking lot there and have that gorgeous bridge like we have over here, replicate it, put it across Superior, because I'm telling you, I cross Superior daily because I ride my bike, I come through the park, and the problem is is that you have those turn lanes where people stop and they can't wait to get around to PCH. But the problem is that the inner lane is where the cars creep up because they're ready to go. So the outer lane, that car is blocked from my view. So when it goes to the crosswalk and I'm ready to cross, the first car sees me, but the second car wants to run me over because he doesn't see me. And then I get the high fives and, oh, I'm sorry, you know, okay. But this is the problem. You must fix Superior. Don't worry about a parking lot. Worry about people's lives on that dangerous, dangerous street. And I thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Please, keep quiet. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Don Screedy. I'm a Imaloa resident at Newport Crest. And I think my thing that I want to bring up is the entrance road. I know within the next couple of weeks when Banyan Ranch comes up, whether the approval happens or doesn't happen will obviously have a big impact whether this access road or parking lot's involved. But assuming that Banyan Ranch does get approved in some form, I know that the access road could probably vary quite a bit depending on whatever Coastal Commission would approve. My concern on the entrance road is a couple things. One is the elevation of the road. We've been very diligent about trying to make sure that if the parking lot goes in, that it's down far enough. You know, you had a cross-section of the parking lot in relation to Newport Crest and made sure that the cars would be below the balconies or whatever. This, which is great. I mean, I'm sure that, you know, none of us really would like to have the parking lot, at least at Newport Crest, but if it's going to happen, at least you're trying to do the best you can to mitigate it, to help. But the access road, when it comes in from Bluff Road, could drop as much as 20 feet as far as if it just followed the natural progression of the land down to where the park starts. What that does is that could make that road higher than our balcony, so we'd basically be looking almost up at a road. You know, that would definitely be a tough thing to deal with. That's number one. Number two is that the bluff that runs right alongside the access road going in probably is about 20 to 30 feet high. On the other side of it is Newport Crest buildings, which are about 20 feet, 30 feet high. Just the noise coming off that's going to be pretty intense. So the noise is number three. And then the last part is that the only access gate that Newport Crest has to go into this park that the Parks and Recreation granted us is right in that corner. So you have 460 units that, if they're going to access that park, is coming in right where the parking lot's at, the access road's coming in. Now, Parks and Recreation has met with us. They said that they would look at maybe giving us one extra possible entrance into the park, which would really kind of ease the congestion there and probably make it a little bit safer. Like I said, it all depends on what's going to happen, I'm sure, with Banyan Ranch, but I just want to make sure you take in consideration the elevation of that road, if there's any way it can be dropped down, maybe the noise that would come off that bluff, and number three is the access in that corner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker, please.
Well, good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Steve Ray. I'm Executive Director of the Banyan Ranch Conservancy and representing the Conservancy tonight. Years ago, members of our group worked in the effort, along with other people in the audience here tonight, to convert the Sunset Ridge Park property from condominium development to park property. We were successful in that. We lobbied, had to go to Sacramento, lobby the legislature, negotiate with Caltrans to help make that happen. The city came in as a willing partner, and we were able to find a negotiated settlement that worked for everybody. We were happy to see that happen. We were original proponents of the park. Unfortunately, in building the park, the city kind of hijacked the park and used it as a way to promote the development of Banning Ranch itself by planning to build a huge intersection, a large entrance road, provide infrastructure and do landscaping and all that kind of stuff on Banning Ranch, and then turn that all over to the developer at taxpayer expense. Well, we certainly opposed that. We supported the park. We opposed that entry road. Eventually, the entry road was abandoned. The park was built. We were very happy with that. Along the way, we also provided alternative plans for the city to make this park more accessible, to provide parking, and also to incorporate Sunset View Park into all of this and make it a much more viable alternative for everybody. Matter of fact, I went out to the park with two of the council members who are no longer on the council, with the city manager, the new city attorney who was brand new at the time, and with Dave Webb, and went out and discussed what we thought would be workable alternatives. We provided those ideas to the city, those plans. I even sketched them out for the city. It did not include this park road. So 3 items. First, there is an excellent possibility that Bluff Road will never be built into Banning Ranch. In order to do so, the Coastal Commission would have to violate the Coastal Act, allowing destruction of ESHA and interference with a threatened species, the California gnatcatcher. We don't think that the Coastal Commission is going to exercise that option, and if they do, we don't think the courts will allow that to happen. So that road is probably not going to happen, is in my guess. So the city loses that opportunity. Second is that there are alternatives. We, as I said, made those known to the city staff. We will continue to work with the city staff to do that. And we, again, offer our services free of charge and everything to work with the city. The third thing is that all of this can be made much safer, much better for the residents, and I certainly think you owe that to the residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. No clapping, please. Next speaker.
My name is Robert Lasky. I live in the Villa Balboa on the Superior, and I experience the traffic firsthand on the weekends. And there's a great concern about the speed of the vehicles going through there, particularly groups of motorcycles. And the noise is outrageous, far beyond the limits of noise pollution as outlined in your city code, 42 dB. It's way beyond that. Screaming motorcycle packs coming by, particularly in the afternoons on Saturday and Sunday. But even worse is the speed that these folks are driving. Some of them are going through at 70 miles an hour through that signal if they see a green light. So traffic is a consideration, noise pollution, and also air pollution. I wash my windows that overlook beautiful Pacific Ocean twice a week. 16 years ago, we probably washed them every 6 weeks. There's something going on that is not being accounted for in any of this planning. And the pollutions, the noise, and the traffic are part of that. The parking lot, I cannot speak. I'm not an expert on, the traffic flow in that area, but encouraging more people to drive from out of town. Many of the people driving through there in these motorcycle packs, I can guarantee you, are not residents of Newport Beach. Many of the people visiting the park are not residents. I overlook the park. I can see the park. I can see people. It's wonderful that people walk to the park, take their bikes, and yet are terrorized trying to cross the street or otherwise walking along the road. I mean, I've seen car accidents of unbelievable proportion in that area. Yet it's posted 40 miles an hour and no one enforces it. Just on the other side of PCH, it's 30 with 3 lanes in each direction. We have 2 and a curve to account for. That should be 30-mile zone, period. There shouldn't be any discussion about that. So the primary concern here that I see, and I wasn't even aware about the 150 project or whatever, but you need to look at an overall impact to the communities that are being affected by any of this development. And we're dealing with very difficult times, and it occurred to me right away that they're being asked to add 15% increase in residences in that area by Fashion Island, in a time where our grass is dying because we don't have enough water. That's 150 residents flushing their toilets, taking showers, whatever. So I think a go slow approach on any of these projects is necessary. We don't need to jump ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, next speaker.
Hello, I'm Seychelle Khan. Good evening, commissioners. I would like to suggest that because the judgment and hearing on Banning Ranch has not yet approved the Bluff Road, that perhaps you're premature in considering this tonight, and take that under consideration and perhaps not consider this item until Banning Ranch has been heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, any other public comments? Seeing none, bring it back up to the council. Mr.
Madam
Petros,
Mayor?
yes.
Laura, I think, or Sean, we have any number of parks throughout the city that are in residential areas. Could you comment on how many parks we have with parking lot adjacent and in a residential area, and just how close some of those parking lots are?
I couldn't give you a number, but what I can tell you is that every sports park that we do have does have a parking lot adjacent to it, and closely nestled in all of our communities, some even closer than the homes will be here at this particular park.
And I believe that a table was circulated at the Homeowners Association meeting that actually listed all the parks and how close some of the parking lots were to the residences. So, didn't you, Sean?
Go ahead.
Yeah, what you're referring to is our listing of all of our parks in the city, and I brought those to the meeting and highlighted all the parks that are adjacent to homes, and encouraged people to go out and see what our park portfolio looks like in the city and what the other parks are like. And I left those with the chair, so I don't know if anybody was able to get out there, but yeah, that's our situation, parks.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Muldoon.
Thank you. I just want to kind of break it down in simple sense. How many spots are across the street from Sunset Ridge Park? Parking spots?
64 spots.
64, and those are all charged, correct? In this next lot, you have 92 proposed, correct?
That's correct. The proposal is for 92 spots next to the park.
And that is not charged.
They would not be metered.
So we would have staff enforce that essentially to make sure people aren't going to the beach.
It would be park enforcement. We don't believe there would be a beach parking problem there. If there was, we would go into like a 2-hour parking or something, make sure the games can play, which would discourage the beach parking.
I believe that this new parking lot is better beach access than the old one. I personally support a bridge, and I think it's a more likely outcome, although anything could happen at Coastal Commission. So just want to express my opinion to my peers.
Any other comments up here? Seeing none, we have a motion for action. Mr. Petros?
Well, this is a hard one. I have attended meetings with the folks at Imaloa here at City Hall. I have done so at 2 board meetings that I'm aware of. I walk the park. I have walked across that street. I have solicited the input from OCTA and the county on a bridge across Superior and have actually written it into the long-range transportation plan for the county. So I've been an active participant in pulling that together. I also helped get the Sunset View Park accelerated in front of Villa Balboa, so I appreciate the open space out there. I do believe that a parking lot is necessary there for access for families, for safety of young people. I am encouraged that this is a parking lot that would be available only dawn to dusk and be closed afterwards. I was intrigued by a recommendation or a comment that Ginny was talking about possibly looking at drop-offs, and I was doing some math to see if there isn't an opportunity to take the easterly frontage of the parking lot and turn that into a drop-off, thus reducing the supply there, which would reduce the demand for parking and make that more of a drop-off. So I think that if there is an opportunity to continue looking at alternatives, I would suggest that. I also want to comment that to make the comment that this is a Trojan horse or is some precursor or accelerant to the Banning Ranch Bluff Road isn't true just by virtue of the staging of this. We are dependent upon their approval, and if they don't get approved, we don't get the road. We are not going to be in a position to create the demand for Banning Ranch because of a park road. And this is not a question about Banning Ranch. It is a question about the safety of our young people and families who are going to be at this park. So therefore, I will move the recommended action and look forward to this.
We have a second? Okay. Call for the vote.
With Councilmember Muldoon voting no, the motion carries 6-1.
All right, next item, number 16, Lower Sunset View Park, conceptual design, approval of a professional services agreement. So Mr. Webb or one of your colleagues explain this proposed project.
Yes, we do have a PowerPoint tonight. I'm going to open that up. City Engineer Mark Vukovic is going to go through the slides, but I did want to kind of paraphrase this. This is looking at the opposite corner, and it's relative to the discussion you just had, because it does have to do with what do we do on this far corner, and there's been talk about bridges, other uses, maybe parking, maybe split parking. We think there's a need, as we just talked about, for parking on the park side, but there's also other parking demands, and maybe a bridge still fits in. We're not sure how that all works out yet, but I'm going to ask Mark to go through the presentation and then maybe ask for your discussion and guidance on this. It's a topic that's been in the budget for several times. We've had it many times in our CIP discussions about starting the planning on this. We're a little late on that. We just have had so much work we haven't had the time to really get to it, and we'd like to think now's the time we might want to start bringing that forward.
Can I just clarify before Mark starts? So just to kind of give us the background on this, this was actually approved as a project a couple years ago. Is that correct, by the prior council?
We have never approved a project on this site. We've looked at this site. The last time we looked in detail on this site was when we were looking at the West Newport Community Center. We looked at this site as a possible site. We've talked about things, bike nodes. We've talked about pedestrian bridges, intersection widenings, dog parks, skate parks. I know the PB&R committee actually looked at this as one of the sites for dog park. Laura can talk to that. This was their #1 priority out of all the sites they have for the use over there. But I don't think we've had a comprehensive plan. One of the reasons why we want to bring it to you tonight is it's probably time, if we have a comprehensive plan, then we can start applying for grants. We can start the permitting process, because it'll be quite a lengthy process. This is in the coastal zone. It will require an EIR. You can probably figure 3 to 5 years before, from an action tonight to start the process to even getting to a construction point.
So this isn't redundant to the project we just voted on and approved?
this isn't redundant, it could add to, depending on how the plan comes out. Bridges are, there's a connection with bridges that we're going to talk about, and maybe Mark can go through that, but the bridges play more than just getting people from Sunset Ridge to, let's say, this side. There's also concerns with the intersection. I didn't get a chance to comment to some of the folks about the concerns on that intersection.
Okay.
We have improved that intersection. We've added flashing beacons ahead of it. We've added countdown walk signs. We've added continental crosswalks.
Now.
Yes, so some of the residents said it was an unsafe intersection, which we don't feel it's unsafe, but there is concerns about it. There's a lot of traffic there, and it's hard to control that traffic. So.
All right, well, I'll let Mark proceed. That was all right, thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'll be relatively quick too. I think Dave hit it on the head. The premise of this whole discussion tonight is what to build there, and that's why we're asking for your support, so we can hire a consultant to be able to begin all the conceptual investigations and the drawings for this project. As Dave mentioned, the idea is when you're developing up a concept, you develop a subcommittee, whether it's through City Council or through the Parks, Beaches and Recreation Commission. But from what we've heard, we've talked about, the crossings on Superior, but also the crossing across Coast Highway as well, too. Bicycle infrastructure and bike nodes, any transit connections, dog park, which was a big discussion item for the Parks and Beaches and Recreation Commission, and then also additional parking, for the park, the beach, trolleys, spillover, community events, things like that, too. I think parking is discussed at every other city council meeting, if I have my math right. So, but all of that comes back to building all of this, you're basically building all these bones and dog work, or all this work here, so therefore a presentation can be made to see, is there conceptual approval for these things? And then the most important part is, well, what do these concepts cost? Because right now we have things like this, and we couldn't tell you how much it costs. It's lines on an aerial, and it points in a few directions. We know Coast Highway is very, very high in pedestrian and cyclists, and of course car traffic there too. But bridge crossings like this could improve level of service, which we think would be eligible for grants and things like that. And we've applied now several times for different grants, but we're unsuccessful. A lot of it has to do with the fact that we don't have the preliminary work done. As Dave mentioned, this parking lot, okay, so bicycle node as a improved amenity at the site, and then also for the future dog park, which is a location and a desire of the community. So if this was to go forward, this would go with a professional service agreement. We'd hire a consultant. They're doing all the surveying, geotechnical investigations, preliminary environmental documents, phase 1 environmental assessments, all the preliminary work that needs to be done. And then that comes back to a series of meetings, whether through a subcommittee or through the Parks, Beaches and Recreation Commission, all to develop a few different concepts so folks can look at it and decide, weigh in on it, and come back for a refined process for City Council consideration. So,
excuse me, just one moment.
Yeah.
Mr. Harp, this involves AT&T property in the proposal. Conceptual dog park by Bonita. Well, it shows that on the map, but maybe we're not discussing. Just want to make sure we're allowed to proceed with me out here.
There's an attachment.
It's not being discussed.
Okay, thank you.
and that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. Any comments up here before we go to public? Oh, excuse me, Mr. Petros.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a whole host of things that I'd like to get across. First, our general plan identifies the intersection of Superior and Coast Highways being one of the busiest in the city now and in the future. Congestion relief at that location is paramount. Studies show that removing PEDs and hitting that button can get anywhere from 8 to 15% improvement in the flow of an intersection just by removing that. So we could conceivably see a level of service change with this investment in a pedestrian bridge. As I've already said, I am carrying the water already with you, Mark, and you know this, for that PED bridge, and will continue to do that. It's vital to the flow of traffic and just the notion of quality pedestrian activity and bicycle activity and motoring through there, key for the safety. Second, I was successful in accelerating the upper Sunset View Park construction, and I think that this is an ideal time now to continue with that. As we move forward, I want to first and foremost say that it is paramount that we do involve PB&R, as this is in their wheelhouse. So I would like to see them continue to be involved. The use on the site needs to acknowledge the fact that this is, in fact, one of the highest bicycle routes in the county. Coast Highway is known through the OC Loop and through the PCH study as being one of the highest traveled bicycle facilities in Orange County. And this is an ideal location for facilities that would be amenities for cyclists, whether it be a place for water, restroom, or tools, air, whatever. By doing that, we can become more competitive for outside grants and other funding sources. So I think that that is ideal, what you have here to put that on there. If we're going to have any other uses on that site, that's wonderful, and again, vetted through our PB&R. There are some things that I would like for us to consider, and I hope my colleagues would agree, that this be something that be useful, again, as we're doing with Sunset Ridge Park, dawn to dusk. If there needs to be lighting, it be low-level lighting, if there needs to be any lighting at all. And that there be opportunities to make sure that police and surveillance can be provided in this area, and that any structures not be planned in a manner that might construe a view restriction or harm anybody else's view. So I am really excited about this. I think it's time to do this, and I think that by virtue of the selection of amenities, we can boost the attractiveness of this site for outside funds, for us to be able to serve our residents and our visitors, our pet owners, and our cyclists. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Selich.
Well, I don't know, this seems like an awful lot of money for, how many acres is this?
Yeah, I don't have that number, I'm sorry.
Oh, roughly, I mean.
It looks like 3 to 5 right in there, depending if you take the upper and lower area there.
Yeah, just, how much is the action, because you're mixing all kinds of things here, ALTA surveys and geological work and parking garage. What is the landscape architect they're the project coordinator, correct?
The principal on this is T.Y. Lin, and their main function is going to be on the bridge design and how that integrates to however the setup is for parking, and then the landscaping is really the third or fourth item there, including potentially the dog park. So if you broke it out into components, all of these components do add up, and certainly if you were to remove a component, that would reduce the cost. Part of the reason for this cost is the high degree of unknowns. What we've planned for in this budget is to carry forward 3 different concepts. And with those concepts, producing 15% plans and cost estimates and things like that. And that's where a lot of the costs are.
It just bothersome to me, the cost of it. Hear what Scott has to say.
Mr. Piotr.
Yeah, I am concerned similarly. I'm not sure why we have a bridge designer that's leading this charge when a bridge is a portion of it, and it could end up being a major portion, I understand. But if we go with a structure, you're going to need to get an architect involved, a landscape architect. I am not in favor of a dog park, since we just got our dog beach set up with off-leash, and this side of town has got access to that. I think we have many more needs for parking. So I'd rather see a parking structure get stepped up that hill. And if there's any way, obviously, to incorporate elevators for bridges into the parking structure to keep the bridge costs minimized, I like that as well. So I'm not sure why T.W. Lin is the lead on. I don't know if it's the best choice.
I'll just add that the the architecture or the architect is part of the TY Lin team. So in other words, TY Lin has architects on staff, and so they're a combo team. They specialize in a lot of these bridges, and I think bridges, you know, and we're talking about both bridges here, are the critical cost and component for this project.
Okay, that's a different story. He's not just a structural engineer. He is a guy that's going to design these kinds of facilities, bridges, parking structures.
And I was going to, I'm sorry.
The other side of that bridge going to Superior, it will actually help that park and hopefully avoid an elevator on that side as well.
And you mentioned parking structure. That was one of the thoughts on this person too, because they do have that ability to give us some good estimates and ideas. If you did a one-level structure or something, that's come up in some of the conversations too. We've also looked at some preliminary bridge designs. We think we can do it probably without elevators, which would be really nice, basically because of the terrain there and the way we could slope the ramp. So.
And when would you come back to us? At what stage? Or would you go back to, would PB&R, at what point do we define the scope? Because it's pretty nebulous right now.
Okay. Well, generally what we've done in the past, if you went through a PBR committee, they'd probably have a public discussion of some point, and we'd come together with some ideas. Again, if a dog park is not something you'd want in, then that could be direction to staff if that's what the council so chooses. Once they come up with probably several public hearings and a concept, and you can decide where you want to see it, maybe at 10%, 15, 20, we could come back for a progress discussion and say, council, this is where we're looking at. What do you think? Get comments, then go back and work some more. That's one way it's been done. Other way it's been done, we've gone through council and you've had your own working groups and subcommittees. Some of the projects have gone that route where council has their direct hand on the public hearings on that.
I'm just concerned that the scope is still very fluid and that we would want to approve the final scope. But I don't think we need to be involved with the committee to get there. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Salich.
Why are we doing an ALTA survey on this? What's the reason behind that?
Well, I think there's a lot of old encumbrances there with the the old state highway, and we just want to make sure that everything is clean there. I mean, the ALTA cost another $15,000, and it gives us real comprehensive title survey to make sure we have everything known.
Did we do one on Sunset Ridge?
I don't believe we did one on Sunset Ridge. That was one of the items that proposed, and it is, we could probably get away with not doing it. It does set the boundary. It talks about discovering, there's some old oil wells in the area. You've got the power plant next door. There's some unknowns with the property, so I'm not sure. We could look at that further, though, to see if it's money well spent.
Well, I don't want to kill this thing, but I guess I'd feel more comfortable if we had some kind of phased approach to it somehow, that maybe we give the authorization, but you come back with in bites on this thing so we can see what's going, because it certainly seems like a lot of money for what we're getting here.
I know, but Mr. Petros, were you going to say something?
Well, yeah, and I'm sensitive to that, Ed. I agree with you, and I'm wondering if there isn't a way that this either can't be diminished in terms of the number of alternatives, or if it can't, staff can't go back to the consultant and phase this so that we take it in bites and maybe reduce the overall cost and scope.
Yeah, no, we definitely can do that. We can bring it back and come back with a much smaller entry-level start on it. Absolutely.
Okay.
Any other council comments?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Would it be advisable to move to continue this then?
Do you guys feel like we have the direction based on what we've heard so far in terms of breaking it down? Or would you rather hear more?
I think we have what we need. We could go back to the consultant and redefine a little better so we got pieces and bring it back and better lay it out for council if that's the case on costs and what you would see in phases.
Is there a time, are you trying to expedite, or there's a timing sequence that you're trying to get started on or something?
There's not really a direct time. As you've heard, there are concerns about the crossings there. There are other concerns about grant funding and getting started. We've got our OCTA study identifying this area as a need for bridges and capacity improvements. I'm concerned going through a coastal permit process, this will take many years to get off the ground. We've had the community want more improvements, particularly in Laura's camp for amenities in West Newport. Dog park's one of them, but we've heard of other things, and Laura can speak to that. So there's some level of get rolling on it, but I don't think there's a definite time we have to get hastily rolling on it.
Madam Mayor, I would move that we continue this item to time in the future. You set that when you're comfortable.
Do we have a second?
Public comment?
All right. We haven't had, let's have some public comment on this before we move forward.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is George Schroeder. I'm a 28-year resident of West Newport Beach. I'm currently the president of the West Newport Beach Association. And I just want to say that I'm a little bit disappointed about hearing about this project like this. It seems that some things get rushed through without any community involvement. We have a council member in District 1 who attends all of our board meetings. We have a council member in District 2, and West Newport Beach Community Center does cover a good portion of District 2, who hasn't come to our community association board meetings and brought any of this information to us. I will also say that I would not support any bridges being talked about until we get the park in the parking lot in Sunset Ridge Park first, because the people who do not want a parking lot for the children in Sunset Ridge Park, they keep pointing to a bridge across Superior Avenue. So I would say table this. Do not talk about a bridge across Superior, because all that does is encourage the people who do not want us to have a parking lot in Sunset Ridge Park. And then also, I would just like to, I know I'm supposed to address the mayor when I speak. The council person for District 2 did say he would contact me and we could meet and talk about this, that he would call me, and he did not ever do that. So that council person does have my phone number. I am available to be reached. I'm a reasonable person. I can change my mind, or just give me some good information here. And I'm also very concerned about the cost. As previous mayor said, $430,000 for a concept plan. Okay, and what do we get? The residents in West Newport Beach have asked for one thing, and one thing primarily: a West Newport Community Center. Why are we focusing on this corner here, putting things here, when we've asked for a community center in West Newport Beach? That's our priority. That's what our council members should be talking about, not this little thing here. And at a town hall meeting, Mayor Dixon asked the residents in West Newport Beach, do you want a dog park there? There was really no support. To talk about a dog park when we have a dog beach a mile away is ridiculous. Again, spend $430,000 studying a dog park nobody wants when we have a dog beach a mile away. There's better things you can do with the taxpayers' money than give it to consultants. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Robert Lasky again. I look at this thing and it looks like an interchange for the Hollywood Freeway. I'm concerned about what the overall cost is. The other thing is, as a resident at Villa Balboa, and there are probably somewhere around 100-something units that would look over this corner, because I can see whitewater from my residence. And if this bridge is built and ends up blocking our visibility of the beaches and all this sort of thing, I can guarantee you that a lot of people will be up in arms. Secondly, much of the bike traffic and pedestrian traffic coming down Superior is not going to the park, it's going to the beach. We walk down there all the time. It's only like 2 long blocks, essentially, to get to the sand. So the cost of this thing is also an issue as a taxpayer. Potential impact on property values of those that have ocean views. And we paid plenty for the premium for those. And the other thing is, once you build those bridges, there's going to be incidents of people that either throw things over or, call it a suicide bridge or whatever you want to call it, are going to create problems. And the next thing that happens is they put these horrible wire things over the thing that looks like something that goes over the freeway on the 110 side of the world. I think this whole design needs to be really thought out with the complete impact. The last thing I want to say is that my wife is a board member on Villa Balboa, and she happens to be the president. And I don't recall any interviews or discussions with any of the residents as to their input to this bridge or this facility on the corner, because it no longer looks like a park, it looks like a parking lot. Take a look at that picture. What does it look like to you? So I just ask that you really think about this, the overall impacts, costs, litigation, whatever that is going to happen. You got to look at the overall impact to everyone involved.
All right. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, I would just point out that every year I get invited to the Villa Balboa Homeowners Association meeting. Every year I attend that I'm invited, and every year that I attend, I bring up this bridge.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Madam Mayor, council members, I'm Steve Ray of the Banning Ranch Conservancy. Several years ago, when I referenced that I had been out with staff and council members and presented potential alternatives of how to make Sunset Ridge Park accessible. Many of the ideas that we've heard expressed here today were those alternatives that I presented that day, and they were roundly rejected by staff and council at that time as being outlandish and crazy and everything. And I understand they did not fit the political narrative of the day, which was to get the road going up Banning Ranch. But I'm glad to see that Mr. Petros and staff are now finding these ideas acceptable and even workable and are looking at them, and we would support that. Again, we would be happy to work with staff on putting this together. I know they're hiring a consultant, and frankly, it does sound pretty expensive. If I didn't know that job paid that well, I would have sent an invoice. Is it too late to send the invoice now? But we would be happy to do that. Whatever you're going to do here, if you're willing to work with the community, and we like to work or present ourselves as being representatives of many in the community, it's always much better to go to the approval authorities, especially people like the Coastal Commission, with us and you hand in hand to make it happen. So we stand ready to assist. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments?
Got to stop doing this, but I can't resist. That's news to me that what you're talking about. But my comment is, in looking at that location, that's so close to the ocean and the beach. I just can't. It would seem to me a very poor thing to consider a dog park or things that could be placed elsewhere. When we get that close to the beach, somehow it should have some connection with our ocean and the sand and the people loving to come there, which is, of course, I'm one of them. And it seems like, as I'm looking at the picture, it would be a lovely place just to have a few picnic tables and people to enjoy the view and do your buildings, whatever buildings you need to have in West Newport, somewhere other than so close to the ocean. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, Dennis Bress, Balboa Island. Just looking at the drawing here, has anybody taken a look at a tunnel at all across Superior or Coast Highway as an option?
Like a pedestrian tunnel?
Yeah, as opposed to a bridge on both sides?
We haven't looked at it seriously. There's a big grade differential. It'd be very expensive. It'd probably, a bridge would be a better alternative probably. But.
Okay.
Interesting
but
idea.
It would be something to consider though, possibly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? See none. We come back. We have a motion, and it's been seconded. Shall we call for the vote? No more comments? Motion is, do you want to repeat it, Mr. Petros?
To continue this item to a time appropriate by staff to consider reductions in the scope, cost, and provide phasing.
Motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Okay, item number 17, and I don't know if I'm going to read all of this. Mr. Piotr, you have a request to consider waiving council policy A6 so that the city council may consider matters regarding the finance committee, 4 items related to the organization of the finance committee. Would you like to state your motion?
Well, I guess the question is, do you want to vote on A6 first, or do you want to go through the items that I've agendized and why?
Well, why don't you explain what your intent is?
Sure, I'd be glad to introduce it. Our finance committee, we started basically January of 15, and the purpose of that committee was to provide input into the city council, to bring citizen members involved, whereas before it was just 3 council members. The idea was to have regular meetings at a regular time where they'd be more accessible to the public, more transparent to the public. Again, to flesh out the different items or ideas that may or may not come forth to the city council, depending on what the Finance Commission wanted to do. Instead, we've had very irregular meetings. They've been canceled, they've been moved around and rescheduled. In fact, my first appointee had to resign because his schedule just wasn't flexible, and the meetings kept getting changed and he couldn't attend the meetings. And on top of that, he felt like he couldn't get anything done because the chairman, in this case Councilman Curry, controls the agenda, and he wasn't allowing other committee members to add items, and he was also stifling the discussion of those alternatives. We had meetings. I asked staff to pull together meeting times. We had a couple of joint meetings with the city council last year as we were going through the budget. There was really only one budget meeting last year on our $280 million budget. Our first meeting past the joint meetings, we had second Monday at 6, then second Thursday at 4, then third Tuesday at 4. In August, it was second Thursday at 4. And we went to third Wednesday, third Thursday, second Thursday. We just had very inconsistent times in meeting when we're supposed to be able to get down into the weeds, get down into the details, discuss items, because naturally items tend to become political when they come up to our level. And this is supposed to be a working committee, and it's not working. And I believe that the problem is that Councilman Curry is not allowing that free discussion, not allowing those ideas to come out. And so my first request is to remove Councilman Curry as chair. Madam Mayor, you'll remember that at the beginning of the year, you reappointed everybody, including Councilman Curry as chair. And I brought this up to your attention at that point, stating my concerns based on what had happened last year. And you tell me that Councilman Curry had assured you that he would be much more flexible this year, and I thought, oh, well, that's great. He's going to help out here and be more participatory. But that's not happened, and we've got it's May basically. He's got the the finance committee meeting in April is going to be this week, so the last Thursday of April. We don't have very many meetings before. He's only got 2 basic meetings scheduled to go through our budget. The budget really has not been discussed yet. And I think it's important to get our act together and discuss the budget as we need to, maybe have additional meetings in May. And I think Mr. Curry is going to be a roadblock to that. I still would advocate that it be a citizens committee. I disagreed with the compromise that we came up with to put 3 council members on it in the first place. So my first choice would be that if we're going to remove Councilman Curry, that we not put another council member on. Instead, Mr. Curry would be allowed to appoint a citizen representative for him there. But in lieu of changing that ordinance to appoint another city councilman to replace him would be fine as well. And I would ask that we waive A6 so that we can consider this tonight, because we need the time. We need to make a decision now in order to be able to have time to schedule meetings to discuss the budget during May in order to be able to meet our timelines. Thank you.
Is that in the form of a motion, or is you just describing at this point?
Well, I move that we waive Council Policy A6 to be able to discuss this tonight.
Do we have a second? You want a second? All right.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, sir.
May I ask Mr. Piotr exactly and precisely which issues am I bottling up?
I've had complaints from 3 different finance commissioners on it, and only one of them was mine. And so
Well, what's the issue?
I guess we can talk about any issue you like, but
I want to know the issue that I'm bottling up.
you're stifling discussion on issues that are agendized, and you're not allowing other issues to be agendized.
Which ones?
Well, I'll give you an example. Would be setting up a 115 type of a pension reform or plan. It's not my intent to get into the discussion of the issue here. I'd be glad to, but
Can I just, let's put a halt to that discussion until we vote on A6. We should move into that item on your motion, just so we could have this discussion.
that makes sense.
All right. I'll call for the vote on waiving.
You might want to take public comment first.
I'm sorry?
You may want to just go ahead and take public comment
Oh,
now.
thank you very much. Any public comments? We're going to be considering a motion to waive A6.
You could actually take public comment on the whole item. That way the public gets a
All of the
chance.
items?
You could speak on the whole item, right?
Yes, so the public speaks on the whole item as opposed to getting up twice, or are you going to limit it to just whether or not to waive A6?
Well, let's start with A6 to get it started, and then we can combine the rest of the items.
Well, we have to waive A6 before you can talk about any of this
That's
stuff.
what I mean. So we're going to do that first. Yes, sir.
Hi, Mike Glenn, City Council candidate, here to speak on this item.
Just speak on the A6 item.
Just on waiving A6. Okay, let's speak on just waiving A6. This is a dire emergency, and that we absolutely must get Keith Curry out of this position as quickly as possible. That's what we're proposing to do right now. What we're saying here is that we're willing to waive standard council policy to do this. Now, let's say Keith Curry is absolutely terrible, the worst person on the finance committee possible. Then that vote would come down to 6-1. It doesn't strike me as that being that much of an emergency to be waiving council policy to do this. I would urge you to go through standard, if this is going to be done, go through standard council policy, as this does not strike me as something that is so direly urgent that we need to get it done today. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Mayor Dixon and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. To the extent I understood what Mike Glenn said, I believe I agree with it. One thing I wanted to point out to the council about policy A6 is actually to go back to the Brown Act, because there seems to be some confusion about that among this council and our city staff. The Brown Act actually allows a legislative body like this council at any time to take a vote to put something that they find of interest on a future agenda. It's the one vote you can take without being on an agenda. But that said, in Newport Beach, we have this much stronger provision, which you voluntarily enacted, called the Policy A6, where you have to go through this complicated procedure of asking the city manager to put it on for a vote as to what you wanted, blah, 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 blah. And the question that came up in my mind is, I don't understand how the city manager put this item on the agenda, because he seems to be ignoring your policy before you have decided whether you want to allow him to ignore the policy. So it's a great mystery. It's not a miracle, but it is a mystery to me how this got on the agenda to start with, and how the city manager had the authority to put it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harp or Mr. Kiff, do you want to explain the process?
With a straight face? Sorry. No, I do think the council policy A6 is your policy. And I do think the request by Mr. Piotr was appropriate to say, I'd like to waive this policy. It's the one policy that has to do with when something happens on the agenda. So to me, there's no other workaround for it except to contact me and say, I'd like a waiver of A6 on the agenda. This is the only way to do it, and this is the only section, the only part of your policy that you can waive this way. So it's a special case.
So, excuse me, Mayor. So anytime any of us want to get something on the agenda quickly, then we just come to you and say, please put it on the agenda to waive A6?
That's correct. As long as four votes agree with you, you can do that. Now, if you ever
So
wanted
why
to
have A6 to begin with?
Well, it is your council policy. If you ever wanted to make that hard and fast, you could make it a resolution or an ordinance, and then that couldn't be waived. This is something that you alone as a body can waive at any time, where an ordinance or a resolution would have to go through a different process. But you've chosen that for the conduct of your meetings to go through it with guided by a policy.
Okay, so I'll bring it back to council. Any more discussion on this?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. I'm
Yes.
looking at A6 right now, and what part of A6 are we required to waive?
I think it's C3.
C3, a member of the city council may place an item on the agenda. Okay, Scott did that. To satisfy the requirements of the Brown Act on or before 5 p.m. of the Tuesday, he did that. When requested, the city attorney shall assist the member with drafting the agenda. Probably didn't need it. These items will appear under the section of the agenda. At a council meeting, if 3 members of the council wish to examine the issue, staff will prepare an appropriate report. So what part of that description needs to be waived?
The notification in time for staff to spend time preparing a report. You notice there's no staff report associated with this because typically A6 has another, I think, beneficial section, and that is, do we even want to waste time with staff spending time on something, 2 hours, 4 hours, whatever, if not more than 3 council members are interested in that subject?
Okay, Mr. Self, did you have another question?
No.
No, okay. Any other comments? Oh, well, I kind of did, yes. We brought it back up.
Oh, sorry. I just thought maybe that was a good reason to not waive it if you don't have a staff report about it. So that's just my comment.
All right, thank you. All right, so we are going to vote on the motion to waive council policy A6. May we call for the vote?
With council members Curry, Selich, and Petros voting no, the motion carries 4-3.
Okay, now we will proceed into the rest of your motion.
I would move that we remove Councilman Curry as chair of the Finance Committee and replace him with another council member.
Is there a second?
Unless you want me to break it up.
I would like you to break it up into, first item would be removing Mr. Curry as chairman of the Finance Committee and then confirming the appointment of the new chairman of the Finance Committee.
I move that we remove Councilman Curry as the chairman of the Finance Committee and that the mayor appoint a new chairman.
All right.
Well, so if you're going to confirm who the new chairman is under this motion, you have to name that person because mayor selects who the new chairman is and the council confirms. So I don't know if you want to take it like that or not, but that's the requirement.
All right.
Sure. I move that we replace Councilman Curry with Councilman Petros as chair of the Finance Committee.
Okay, and that motion has been seconded. All right, so we have a discussion. I'll speak. I have some comments I'd like to make just to define the context for this discussion. So I will discuss your motion, Mr. Piotr. I want to talk about our citizen volunteers. The citizen volunteers who join us on our commissions and committees give their time and good judgment to the city. They do it for no pay or benefits. They are civic-minded residents whose only reward is to advance good government. We value highly their citizen participation. Unlike those of us on the dais who have tossed our hats into the election ring and expect to take political punches, our citizen volunteers only want to serve, to use their talents to make our city better. I believe the citizen volunteers are like a welcome guest in our home, and we, the City Council, have a duty to treat them with dignity and respect. Earlier this evening, I made an announcement calling for Newport Beach residents interested in serving on a council-appointed board or commission to apply for the positions. I strongly believe in and value citizen participation in our civic life. In fact, in late February this year, I held a summit to encourage our citizens to become active leaders in our government. 250 people attended across the way in the community room. We are faced with an unfortunate turn of events involving Mr. Curry's leadership on the Finance Committee. First, let me step back with some facts. When I became mayor in December 2015, I met with the Finance Committee Chair, Mr. Curry, and discussed reappointing him as chair. I insisted that committee members, all members, would be permitted to agendize items for committee discussion at future committee meetings, and the chairman would encourage open and transparent discussion and welcome items for the agenda. Recently, 2 citizen members submitted their respective notices of resignation from the Finance Committee. The reasons were similar and specific. They were not interested in serving on a committee where Chairman Curry refused to consider their input or suggestions or valued their extensive expertise in financial and business matters. They each stated to me in separate conversations that they were treated in a condescending manner and that their ideas were mocked, stonewalled, and summarily dismissed. I was able to convince them to remain on the committee because their knowledge, expertise, and professional experience were valuable to the Finance Committee work. I assured them that Mr. Curry's demeanor and temperament would improve. It has not. In a recent committee meeting in late March, the discourse was not civil or respectful. Mr. Curry has repeatedly bullied, insulted, belittled, and dismissed suggestions of committee members. Our citizens do not volunteer the city to be insulted by Councilman Curry. This type of behavior is unacceptable. It is also in violation of Council Policy A13, which states in part, refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character, motives, ethics, or morals of other committee members of the commission, committee, or board, city staff, or the public. Members are to be tolerant of all views expressed at public meetings. Then there is the final straw. This past weekend, Mr. Curry publicly insulted a citizen committee member in the local newspaper, disparaging her professional capabilities. As mayor, I cannot condone this behavior. We value our citizen volunteers. We do not humiliate them. Regrettably, Mr. Curry's lack of courtesy and civility has left us with only one course of action, that he be removed as chairman of the Finance Committee. This council is not a consequence-free zone. I support Mr. Piotr's motion with, as he has presented, to remove Mr. Curry as chairman of the Finance Committee. I also strongly reaffirm the council's policy to welcome our citizen volunteers to civic leadership and participation and to treat them with the respect and dignity they deserve. And in particular, throughout this evening, as I've been watching out here, there have been a couple members of our citizen members of our committees and commissions in the audience, and one is still sitting here, Ms. Gorsica, and I want, on behalf of my own personal behalf, I want to personally apologize to you for the public humiliation that Mr. Curry presented upon you with his comments in our local newspaper. You are a professional of 40 plus years in financial professional management, municipal finance at the city and county and private level. I know you to be a woman of integrity and a high-level intelligence and expertise, and I personally am grateful for your contributions to our Finance Committee and you have contributed excellent questions in a thoughtful and professional manner to present new ways of looking at issues, whatever they may be. So I want to publicly thank you, Mrs. Gorsica, for your service, and I hope it will continue on the Finance Committee because I value your role and your expertise. So therefore, we've waived, I'm just looking at my notes, we've waived Council Policy A6, and to confirm the mayor's appointment of Mr. Petros to be chairman of the Finance Committee, I believe that would be the next item to vote on.
No, we're having discussion, Diane.
All right, let's have a discussion. But first, before we get there, thank you, I'd like to ask Mr. Petros, once we vote, would you accept this position as chairman of the Finance Committee?
Yes, I would.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, just on the agenda, just to note that Mr. Curry will be retained, if we all agree to this, as a member of the Finance Committee, and we will no longer need to identify or act on the last item of that agenda item to name a new member of the Finance Committee. So we're only dealing with the chairmanship issue tonight. Yes. Mr. Selich, are you still listed there?
No, that's from the A6 section.
Okay, Mr. Duffield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe the Finance Committee is currently constituted is not able to effectively do the people's work. We have to start being productive and come up with creative solutions instead of the same old, same old. I didn't vote for the last budget because I didn't feel there was enough savings and reduced expenses that there could have been. I'm not satisfied with the way we balance. Balance to me doesn't mean you spend every penny that comes in. The argument that my way of thinking will put our city in jeopardy with bumpy roads and failing traffic lights is ridiculous. Yet that's the response I hear over and over whenever I suggest reducing the cost of business. Members of all our committees and commissions should always be respected and should never feel like resigning. Yet 2 on the Finance Committee did, and 1 member broke down and cried as a result of the chairman's comments. To me, it all boils down, just we need new blood in there as soon as possible. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Curry.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. We'll respond to a few of these questions. First of all, your assertion that this is motivated by the comments in the newspaper. Unfortunately for you, you didn't time it right because the newspaper article came out in response to the motion being put on the agenda. So it's sort of disingenuous to say that that's what caused you to move this action forward. But the good thing about the Finance Committee is that they're well attended by city staff, and Jim Mosier is always at the meeting. So we've got some witnesses who can decide whether or not the response I gave, which I thought was fairly measured to Ms. Gorsica in terms of her proposal, was indeed as you've characterized it, because there are other people there who will bear witness to what actually happened. Let me, for the benefit of those who are concerned about why we haven't taken up the budget yet, let me simply point out that the budget isn't written yet, and so there's therefore nothing to consider. But we have a schedule at the Finance Committee to do it. And in fact, we formed a working group that consists of Mr. Selich's representative, Mr. Muldoon's representative, and Mr. Duffield's representative of citizens who are on their own, meeting separately and individually at their own schedule. Mr. Picatter tried to dictate the schedule early on. That didn't really work. And they're working on coming up with ideas and recommendations for the budget precisely and exactly. Let's talk about some of our citizen appointees. Mr. Duffield's appointee ended up being a felony embezzler. So that didn't work out very well for him. And the gentleman that is alluded to have resigned actually wasn't even a registered voter in our city. That's the minimum qualification.
No, I think this is off topic. The agenda item is just
exactly on topic because these are the allegations you made against me.
No, we're not talking about other people who were appointed. We're just talking about your leadership.
Well, you said that I was apparently responsible for his resignation.
No, I was talking about the 2 people who wanted to resign.
Oh, okay, well, we'll get on to the next one then. What is this idea that I am so belligerently, apparently, trying to bottle up and keep off of the public agenda, which, by the way, is on the Finance Committee agenda on Thursday. And I hope we have a robust discussion about the risk entailed in this, and that we give every member of the Finance Committee an opportunity to go on the record in support of it or in opposition to it. And the idea is this.
We're not discussing.
Yes, we are.
No, we are. We are not discussing strategy.
You're not going to stifle me up here because of your political retribution, Mayor.
You're out of order, Mr. Curry. You are out of order.
You said that Ms. Corsica was treated irrespectfully. We need to know what was the topic that we were talking about. Don't you?
That is not relevant to the discussion.
It is precisely relevant.
No.
Because she was proposing we take taxpayer dollars and speculate in the stock market, and you support that.
You are out of order, Mr. Curry. That is not what the proposal was. You are
exactly what it is. You explain
end of
it
discussion.
Tell us what it is. No,
we're
you
not
can't stifle it. You see,
we are not discussing. Would you please stop talking? We are not discussing. We are. But I ruled you out of order. We are.
You have the authority to do that.
I do too. Yes, I do. You are off topic. We did not agendize financial strategies. This is not the Finance Committee.
You agendized the fact that I'm stifling specific ideas, but you don't want to tell the public what those specific ideas are that put the public at risk for millions of dollars.
That's your editorial comment. That has not been
that
has not been determined by anyone. The idea, in a general sense, was to put ideas on the agenda.
And it's specifically what she proposed.
And you do not want to consider any ideas that you do not agree with.
That's not correct. We consider a lot of ideas. We looked at Mr. Pigatter's idea to take to pay off the City Hall debt. It cost us extra $20 million. It was a goofy idea, but we looked at it.
Let's not editorialize the comments. Let's let the committee process
determine. Precisely what you're doing. You made a whole speech of editorializing.
I didn't talk about financial strategies. I'm only talking about your behavior.
And about rejecting ideas that you don't like.
This is not productive.
Well, I'll tell you what, the city follows what Fairfield, Connecticut did and hired a guy like Bernie Madoff, who was at the time the best financial guy in the world. They lost $40 million, and that's what your proposal would do.
No one is talking. We're not debating financial strategies tonight. We're discussing your leadership, your temperament, your civility, and lack thereof. Well, this is not a discussion of financial strategies.
On that one,
we will discuss this at the Finance Committee meeting. The motion on the table is to remove Mr. Curry as chairman of the Finance Committee and appoint Mr. Petros. That's what we're discussing.
Well, I invite everybody who's listening, because you've got a big interest in this, to come to the Finance Committee meeting on Thursday, where you can apparently have the opportunity there to hear what we're actually talking about, because we're at risk for millions of dollars, because we're one vote away from a trip to Crazy Town in the city, and we need to stop that.
That is out of order. That is out of order.
And this is about political retribution by the mayor who didn't like her campaign fundraising being described in the newspaper.
Oh, you're in my head?
Can I call a question?
All right. Let's call for the question.
Public comment.
Oh, public comment. Thank you. Any public comments?
Any public comment?
You know me, I have a hard time not saying things.
Right.
Nancy Skinner, good evening again, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I actually came here tonight in addition to the Museum House discussion because I have read in the papers about this particular issue that you're talking about. I certainly don't, let me just say right up front, I certainly do not condone bad behavior. If that is the case, I don't condone that of anybody. But I was concerned enough where I inquired about what we were talking about because it didn't quite get into the full explanation on the paper. And I am here because I was very concerned about the direction that this might be taking us. And I have to agree with Councilman Curry. I don't like risk. I don't like it for myself. I certainly don't like it for the city. And if that idea was to change the risk factor. That's why I came. So I know maybe not allowed to talk about it, but I just wanted to share that with you. That I think it's good that you're keeping Councilman Curry on the committee. I don't have much more to say on that. I just don't. Right. I don't condone bad behavior either.
All right. Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Council, Dennis Bress, Balboa Island. I know Keith Curry, and I wanted to come tonight because I think Keith has sound financial planning And I don't like the way Scott has always referred to this and other council members as the Taj Mahal. I think there's a disagreement in what we have here. But what I'm seeing tonight, as far as my council and how they're acting, it's kind of disgraceful. And I think that before you do anything significant, I think you probably need to have some input so that we could understand what it is that you're accusing Mr. Curry of doing to people. So, Mayor, you did bring up and you apologized to apparently someone who Mr. Curry has apparently harmed in some way or made someone cry. That's hearsay. We don't know that. So as a citizen, I would just say that I'm not happy with what I'm seeing, and I hope that you guys could be cooler and figure something out. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comments?
Can't just sit there. I'm Jean Watt. What time is the meeting on Thursday?
4 o'clock.
Because I think we're having a little trouble understanding everything that's being said here and why. And it's making us uncomfortable not from any one personal standpoint, but I'd like to attend the meeting and
Sure.
maybe we can let everybody know more about what's going on. Thank you.
It's here in...
Finance Committee Thursday meeting?
Yes. It's in the Newport Coast Room, I believe, or the Corona Del Mar Room, one of the conference rooms on the second floor.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Dixon and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. I'm a bit at a disadvantage because I have not seen what is apparently the offending piece in the local paper. As to what happens at the Finance Committee meetings, as to what may have been said there, what may have been transpired, I have long advocated making the recordings of the public meetings more readily available to the public so that those who were not at the meetings can readily review them on the city website. I think this exemplifies why that is important for the city, which commits itself to transparency. To do that, then everybody will know what happened. In general, I think stability in government is a very important quality. I believe it was last year that we had an attempted public lynching of Councilman Piotr. I did not support that. It appears tonight we're having an attempted public lynching of Councilman Curry. I do not support that. I would like to remind you that it's not been 3 months. It was the first meeting in January that the mayor made the appointments. They were on the agenda. I think that was the proper time that the council should have had the discussion of who they want in these positions. You'll have that opportunity again next January. That's the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, bringing it back. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Muldoon.
Thank you. I'm supporting this, but only this, not full removal, because I think now is a good time to transition to new leadership. Councilman Curry is probably the smartest man I know in public finance, and to be honest on this issue of debt, I would defer to him. So I personally don't see this as an issue about municipal finances. I see it as an issue as an opportunity to transition and have a smooth transition. I hope that we can have civil discourse, and I welcome the new leadership to continue the ball rolling. Thank you.
Mr. Petros.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A question, Aaron. Does a committee chair have the authority to excuse unruly members?
Well, the only way a committee member could be removed is by the council.
No, excused just from that meeting.
Are you talking about the public or
Let me
members
say
of the
this.
committee?
I am humbled by the opportunity to lead the Finance Committee. I believe that the Finance Committee does probably the most significant work of committee work, and I don't take your faith in me lightly. Having said that, we're going to meet Thursday. This is a very charged moment right now. If I am going to take the lead, I want you all to know I expect civil behavior when we meet. And if that is not the case, then I, as the chair, would be compelled to either halt the meeting or excuse the person that is creating the disruption. We have a lot to do. This is budget season. I want to get the budget wrapped up and at least present something to my colleagues, along with the support of everybody on this dais, if I can do that. If I can't, then I understand that we all have different approaches to what is good budgeting. Thank you, Mr. Duffield, for your comments. I appreciate that. But if we go forward this way, we're going to do it civilly. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Selge.
Thank you. I won't be supporting the motion. I don't go to the Finance Committee, so I don't have firsthand knowledge of what's happened at those meetings. However, independently on their own, I was contacted by 2 members of the Finance Committee. One member expressed the concerns that you expressed, but another member said they didn't notice the same thing. So I'm kind of getting 2 sides of the story on it. And I'll just say this, Councilmember Curry has served the city for a decade in a very distinguished manner. He's done a lot of good for this city, and I just think it's absolutely wrong to remove him as chairman. You know, it really isn't the right thing to do. You know, he's in the last months of his term on the city council. I'm in the last months of my term on the city council. So at this time, to take him off the Finance Committee, I think it's wrong, and I think it's an insult to his decade of public service to the community, so I'm not going to support it.
Okay, thank you. Let me just make my comments again. I think it's, just to carry your words, I think it's an insult to the community that the chairman has belittled and humiliated a citizen member, as I said in my remarks. And I think, and that's violating council policy, and to me, it's reprehensible. Where civility and temperament is how we govern in this community and any well-managed community. I do want to clarify some of the misunderstanding because I think they were generated by an email that Mr. Curry sent out recently that I received a copy that somebody received and sent to me, filled with inaccuracies. Let me just state unequivocally what, in absolute clarity terms, no one on the Finance Committee or on the council, starting with myself, would ever put the city in a position to jeopardize any current financial program that the city is on. I believe referencing not paying the pension, whatever, nothing will change. Nothing will be done that is unlawful or unethical or unwise from a financial strategy standpoint. So I am sorry that alarm and fear-mongering was allowed to penetrate into the community, because nothing of the sort is going to even be considered. So I appreciate your concern, and please do come to the Finance Committee and you will see and hear for yourself that there is no risk whatsoever or changing the risk profile of the city in any way whatsoever. I believe it was an exaggerated emotional reaction to perhaps while this was going on. And incidentally, my comment, Mr. Curry, is that I was evolving over the past weekend in terms of the action that we're taking, because it is very serious and important to the city and to this council. And it was your, I guess, letter to the editor in the Daily Pilot, where you personally attacked a citizen member, that I felt was so egregious that it was necessary to go forward to this action, frankly, and that is why I made the statement I did. So let's call for the vote, please.
I'm on the queue.
Oh, apologize. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I would only say to this that the proposal was discussed at the Finance Committee meeting. Mr. Mosier was there. The staff was there. People know what the idea is. People know what the idea entails. It entails taking taxpayer money.
Let's not get into the strategies. We've already discussed this.
Well,
we'll discuss this at the Finance Committee meeting.
You keep wanting to stifle the discussion of the idea while telling me.
We're not going to debate it.
And then you say you're going to stifle the idea.
We're
because you're
not going to
have any
debate
bad
it here. Mr. Curry, we are not going to debate it here. Come to the Finance Committee, and you're still a member of the Finance Committee. Come to the Finance Committee, and you could say what you're intending to say now. Certainly welcome to say it at the Finance Committee meeting.
Well, we'll do that. And I have the article here, as I call the proposal financially illiterate, and I stand by that because it was a proposal to put taxpayer money in the stock market. That's what the proposal was. So I do encourage everyone to come to the Finance Committee meeting, and hopefully we can put a fork in this very bad idea, similar to similar ideas we've seen from Mr. Piotr, that are financially reckless and harmful.
All right,
to the
come on,
taxpayers.
let's call for the question. That's out of line. Let's call for the vote. We're appointing Mr. Petros as the chairman of the Finance.
So the motion was to remove Councilmember Curry as the chair and appoint or confirm your appointment of Councilmember Petros as the new chair.
That is correct.
With Councilmember Petros abstaining and Selich and Curry no, the motion carries.
All right, Madam Clerk, you would like to also read the ordinance title for agenda item 13?
Yes, I apologize for that. It was 2016-9, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach, California, approving Code Amendment Number CA 2016-001, amending setbacks for property located at 1902 East Balboa Boulevard.
Madam Mayor, before you conclude too, I wanted to recognize Deputy City Clerk Crystal McDonald for doing the meeting, a complex meeting all by herself, and we really appreciate the hard work that she puts into this.
You did a great job. Thank you, Crystal. All right, motion, or Madam Clerk?
A motion to reconsider the vote on any action taken by the City Council at either this meeting or the previous meeting may be made only by one of the council members who voted with the prevailing side.
Okay, seeing none, we are adjourned.
George.